Good evening, good afternoon, fellow Liberians, and I just wanted to talk just briefly about what is going on at the capital building. In a democracy, when people attempt to disrupt democracy, it's dangerous for our country. And the attitude and behaviors of our colleague today is a disruption of our democratic process. No matter what happened in the history of this country, what happened today has never ever happened before. At no time has a speaker sitting in office, having been duly elected, being threatened with removal by a group of people who believe that the law belongs to them. In violation of our laws that are clearly stated as to what needs to be done in order to remove a speaker. What must happen in order to remove a speaker? Our colleagues have, in deceiving themselves, sat and put themselves in a situation where they are now claiming that they have elected a new speaker. It is unfortunate, and I'm very disappointed in some of my colleagues, especially the deputy speaker, who has called himself a presiding officer, even though the speaker is here, but afraid to face him and then ask him to recuse himself, which the law called for, and then proceed with the process of removal. For the sake of clarity, let the Liberian people know that if you want to remove the speaker, you prepare a resolution of over 49 people. You come to session where the speaker resides and present it to session to say, Mr. Speaker, we have these charges against you, and therefore we want you removed. The law requires that a committee, or it goes to rules and order, or if the majority so wishes, a specialized committee is set up, the speaker recuses himself from that process, and the committee reports back to plenary on the outcome, and the speaker is given a chance to respond to that, and plenary vote with a 2/3 majority to remove the speaker. Today, our colleagues have flouted all of these procedures, all of these regulations, all of these laws on our book, and say that they have elected a speaker. What is even more disturbing is the fact that this is being masterminded by people who have been here for long, who know the law, who know what the law says, and who know how to manage the law. Our country is facing a critical time. This is a democracy. For people to try to carry on a coup in a democracy, in the branch of government that is charged with the responsibility to oversee the function of the rest of the government, is telling. Obviously, we will not accept it. Funati Kofa is the speaker. He has not been removed in accordance with the law. They're sitting over there, and the entire process does not fall under the due process as prescribed by our laws, and it violates all of the tenets of law. As the saying goes, what is not done legally is not done at all. So today, I'm told that our colleagues have voted to remove phonetic cover. Well, they are not saying the truth. That is not possible. If they have the number, they can do it, but the law calls for a process, and they must follow that process. Don't hurt our country. Don't leave the law aside. Don't flout our laws. I just wanted to make it very clear that what happened today is outside the law, it's not done. But I want to admonish the Supreme Court to take cognizance of the due process of law, to allow legality to flow, to allow the right thing to happen. Don't be afraid of anybody. We're not going to sit here and allow people to take the law in their own hand. I respect my honorable colleagues, Richard Kuhn, but I would never call him speaker because he's not speaker until he is speaker. If he becomes speaker through the due process of law, I'll support him, I'll respect him, and I'll honor him. We've lost over 100,000 souls in order to get to where we are. A few greedy, misguided people cannot take us back. We'll not accept that. We'll not do it. We'll not take it. And that's it. It's not going to happen. We look up to the Supreme Court to come. This is why they were created. The court was created specifically for what is happening now. If it fails in this, it has failed the Liberian people. If the court wants to say Funati is wrong and the people are right, let the court say it. If the court feels that what they are doing is wrong, let the court say it. Let the court not refuse to hear us. That would be a bad example, and that would be dangerous to our democracy. I'm calling on every Liberian, whether it is President Walker, former President Weah, the international community, to see the manner in which our democracy is eroding and help us to preserve it. We will not allow this to happen. Funati is speaker. Come Tuesday, you will preside here. And that's it. To call yourself speaker when you are not speaker, it's wrong. Will not lie it. And what bothers me in this whole case is why the rush. Why don't you want to follow the law? Why don't you just want to come to Fonati and stand before him and say, Fonati, we don't want you, and let Fonati say, what you say, you don't want me, and then he answered it and let us vote to say, yes, we agree with you, or no, we don't agree with you. Why? Why you want to take our country? Why you want to take our country? Why do you want to do this? Anyway, I guess the battle at the Capitol building has entered round 2. We're prepared for it. We will and must remain civil. Fonati is not going anywhere. Nobody has the power to remove him. And I urge the security forces to stay out of this and let the law and the lawmakers deal with what is today a legal standoff. My fellow Liberians, our country has once again come to face another challenge. Something very strange, something peculiar. This never happened before. When you want the speaker out, you reach to a point, the speaker feels that he has lost the battle and he resigns. Today, our colleagues, there was the last speaker battle that was Speaker Talon. It lasted for over 3 months. Why you are so desperate to have power? To the extent that you don't want to give chance to the rule of law. This is sick. This is egregious. This is unacceptable. And this will be resisted. Finally, I want to call on the president. You have a role to play here, Mr. President. Please play that role. You are the head of state of the Republic of Liberia. Whatever happens here, whether you know about it or you don't know about it, it's not going to escape you. Whoever that is telling you to stay out of it is ill advising you. Please, Mr. President, in the 1 month that we've been in this thing, I have not seen a trail that indicate that you are part of this. Please take advantage of that and participate in it. These people will not be allowed to violate our laws. We'll fight it. We hope the world understands our position, and we hope there will be serenity. But we're not going anywhere. We're still right here. And those guys will soon realize, once again, that whether you take it up, you read it down, you put it up, you put it on the side, you carry it anywhere, that the law is the law. Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, fellow Liberians, and I just wanted to talk just briefly about what is going on at the capital building. In a democracy, when people attempt to disrupt democracy, it's dangerous for our country. And the attitude and behaviors of our colleague today is a disruption of our democratic process. No matter what happened in the history of this country, what happened today has never ever happened before. At no time has a speaker sitting in office, having been duly elected, being threatened with removal by a group of people who believe that the law belongs to them. In violation of our laws that are clearly stated as to what needs to be done in order to remove a speaker. What must happen in order to remove a speaker? Our colleagues have, in deceiving themselves, sat and put themselves in a situation where they are now claiming that they have elected a new speaker. It is unfortunate, and I'm very disappointed in some of my colleagues, especially the deputy speaker, who has called himself a presiding officer, even though the speaker is here, but afraid to face him and then ask him to recuse himself, which the law called for, and then proceed with the process of removal. For the sake of clarity, let me let the Liberian people know that if you want to remove the speaker, you prepare a resolution of over 49 people. You come to session where the speaker resides and present it to session to say, Mr. Speaker, we have these charges against you, and therefore we want you removed. The law requires that a committee, or it goes to rules and order, or if the majority so wishes, a specialized committee is set up, the speaker recuses himself from that process, and the committee reports back to plenary on the outcome, and the speaker is given a chance to respond to that, and plenary vote with a 2/3 majority to remove the speaker. Today, our colleagues have flouted all of these procedures, all of these regulations, all of these laws on our book, and say that they have elected a speaker. What is even more disturbing is the fact that this is being masterminded by people who have been here for long, who know the law, who know what the law says, and who know how to manage the law. Our country is facing a critical time. This is a democracy. For people to try to carry on a coup in a democracy, in the branch of government that is charged with the responsibility to oversee the function of the rest of the government, is telling. Obviously, we will not accept it. Funati Kofa is the speaker. He has not been removed in accordance with the law. They're sitting over there, and the entire process does not fall under the due process as prescribed by our laws, and it violates all of the tenets of law. As the saying goes, what is not done legally is not done at all. So today, I'm told that our colleagues have voted to remove Funati Koba. Well, they are not saying the truth. That is not possible. If they have the number, they can do it, but the law calls for a process, and they must follow that process. Don't hurt our country. Don't leave the law aside. Don't flout our laws. I just wanted to make it very clear that what happened today is outside the law, it's not done. But I want to admonish the Supreme Court to take cognizance of the due process of law, to allow legality to flow, to allow the right thing to happen. Don't be afraid of anybody. We're not going to sit here and allow people to take the law in their own hand. I respect my honorable colleagues, Richard Kuhn, but I would never call him speaker because he's not speaker until he is speaker. If he becomes speaker through the due process of law, I'll support him, I'll respect him, and I'll honor him. We've lost over 100,000 souls in order to get to where we are. A few greedy, misguided people cannot take us back. We'll not accept that. We'll not do it. We'll not take it. And that's it. It's not going to happen. We look up to the Supreme Court to come. This is why they were created. The court was created specifically for what is happening now. If it fails in this, it has failed the Liberian people. If the court wants to say Funati is wrong and the people are right, let the court say it. If the court feels that what they are doing is wrong, let the court say it. Let the court not refuse to hear us. That would be a bad example, and that would be dangerous to our democracy. I'm calling on every Liberian, whether it is President Guar, former President Weah, the international community, to see the manner in which our democracy is eroding and help us to preserve it. We will not allow this to happen. Funati is speaker. Come Tuesday, you will preside here. And that's it. To call yourself speaker when you are not speaker, it's wrong. Will not lie it. And what bothers me in this whole case Why the rush? Why don't you want to follow the law? Why don't you just want to come to Fonati and stand before him and say, Fonati, we don't want you, and let Fonati say, what you say, you don't want me, and then he answer it and let us vote to say, yes, we agree with you, or no, we don't agree with you. Why? Why you want to take our country? Why you want to take our country? Why do you want to do this? Anyway, I guess the battle at the Capitol building has entered round 2. We're prepared for it. We will and must remain civil. Fonati is not going anywhere. Nobody has the power to remove him. And I urge the security forces to stay out of this and let the law and the lawmakers deal with what is today a legal standoff. My fellow Liberians, our country has once again come to face another challenge. Something very strange, something peculiar. This never happened before. When you want a speaker out, you reach to a point, the speaker feels that he has lost the battle and he resigns. Today, our colleagues, there was the last speaker battle that was Speaker Talon. It lasted for over 3 months. Why you are so desperate to have power? To the extent that you don't want to give chance to the rule of law. This is sick. This is egregious. This is unacceptable. And this will be resisted. Finally, I want to call on the president. You have a role to play here, Mr. President. Please play that role. You are the head of state of the Republic of Liberia. Whatever happens here, whether you know about it or you don't know about it, it's not going to escape you. Whoever that is telling you to stay out of it is ill advising you. Please, Mr. President, in the 1 month that we've been in this thing, I have not seen a trail that indicate that you are part of this. Please take advantage of that and participate in it. These people will not be allowed to violate our laws. We'll fight it. We hope the world understands our position. And we hope there will be serenity. But we're not going anywhere. We're still right here. And those guys will soon realize, once again, that whether you take it up, you read it down, you put it up, you put it on the side, you carry it anywhere, that the law is the law. Thank you.
All right, so thanks. There are the votes of Nima County District 7 lawmaker Musa Hassan Bealded, right here on the closing argument here tonight. Folks, welcome to the show. For those of you monitoring us online, we say welcome to Closing the Argument. Yeah, on Truth FM. Today mark the 21st day in November, and yes, 2024. So I say good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are monitoring us. Welcome to the Closing Argument. So for those of you away, I know you have been following all the drama on the social media. You have been following all the Rickman Road on the internet, especially Liberians abroad. I know you've been following all the happenings back home here in your country. And not just this time around, some will say among the common people, but this time around among people that we do respect. We, the Liberian people, elected and said, go to the Capitol building to represent us. We are looking up to you when it comes to decision making. They are the one now. They are the Capitol building um, on power fight. So today, someone says it's a side time. Uh, if I would tell you that we're going to put aside what happened among the lawmakers, but and put it from their actions demonstrated for the past 1 month up to today, this day, in which we saw them again demonstrating another thing in our country, something we haven't seen for years. Because I will call that. I don't know. I'm yet to ready get a picture, a figure where I saw such thing happening. I've only heard it, maybe happening in other countries, West African country. It come to Kuwait. I've only heard about it, but to see it live, they happen. I haven't yet seen it until what we saw demonstrated today by our lawmakers. And what comes now to your attention, because there are some people putting their personal feelings into this thing here. There are some people putting their personal feelings into this. They have getting into it. I have to say, I don't know whether they are understanding what they are talking about. This is not about you and I. Whatsoever the guys are doing in that place, it's not about you and I. There is no benefit. For example, they said the current speaker who was elected, that happened today in just in an hour time. A car that worth close to 90,000 United States dollars were turned over to him. So that's telling you that people who putting their personal self into this thing here, I don't know whether they're really understanding that no impact. It's not going to make no impact in your district. It's not going to bring no development to your district. This is powerful. This is something where I see myself on a committee. I'm not happy. I see myself being audited. This is the fight. There's no benefit going to you. There is nothing going to attach to you. A car that close to 90,000. Close to 90,000. Right after they came out, after Representative Kuhn being elected on a white ballot, they came up through with 90,000. So people who are putting themselves into this with their personal feelings, I don't know whether they understand that it's not going to make no impact in their life, in their district, in their children's life. But it's going to affect our children. this is going to affect our children. You know what it means? If your child is in school and they form an organization and there's a rigmarole in the organization or the team, and your child come back to you to that house and explain to you, this is what happened in our organization. This is what happened in our team. I know you, that parents or that guardian, the next thing that will come from there, you will tell them, but your organization have rules and regulations to guide you people. So that if the people who makes the laws are the lawbreaker, how can a child now go to these people and you expect them to make decisions? Because the children are monitoring them. The children are looking at them. Because the very first thing you tell that child, you say, well, you people get rules and regulations for your organization. You get rules and regulations for your team. So if there's a rules and regulation for your team, then you go back to your rules and regulations. That's what you will be telling your child. But today, if you cannot hold on to your own rules and regulations that you set up, so how will your child run to you? How will your child come to you for you to nurture that child? How will you want to guide your child in that process of his or her organization that they are in? Maybe there's an internal crisis. How will you explain it to your child when the children are looking at you people? They are seeing everything being demonstrated for the past 1 month. They are seeing everything. People being very irresponsible. People not going to job. People say they will not be part of any block. They're going to stay away and just be neutral on it. That's what people said. People said they're not going to bother themselves. People take another crew, another group, and spend thousands of dollars. When your role in your district, your time in your district. So it's not about you. Don't feel that say, oh, the person removing is going to bring this into our district, or the person that's staying is going to bring this one to our town or to our city. No, they put fighting with the power because I'm not on this committee to get one or 2 cents. And this committee are on, nothing going to come to it. That's a fight they own. I need to order this. I need to order this current branch. I need to order this current group. No, we cannot be audited. So different things, it's just happening and around them. So you and myself, there's no benefit. You saw it for yourself. After this old man being led there today, they took 90,000 jeep, they put it in a young man. Go to somebody, guys, in the 2 different blocks, the both majority or the minority. Go to somebody, some go and follow some of the track record from the town, someone else being elected to the house. Go and see some of the districts they are in. Go there and see it. That they left the owner in that capital being moving speaker because they would take their 15K, their 40K. It's not going to have, it's not, there's no benefit going to come to you. There's no benefit. There's nothing going to reach you. It's just about arranging someone's life. That's all. Someone who they feels and they want to work with and maybe hold them or pull them by their nose. That's just all. So there's no benefit comes to you, but it is affecting you. It's going to affect us. It's going to affect your children. What happened today? There are so many things you can see into it and know that and ask yourself or ask people, well, where are we heading to? Where is this country heading? This group is saying we can. You have the churches. They came in. You have ECOWAS also came in, the left, and even the Supreme Court what that Supreme Court again, where you say, because no, they say they don't have the constitutional power in terms of deciding for the House of Representative when it comes to their leadership. So maybe the tendency to go back and handle your crazy. You go back, you get your rules, you go back to their rules and handle your crazy. And a lot of people say we're not going by that rules. And this other people say you will have to go by the rules. So this is where we stand and how it's just going to be. So after a very tense election, our country separated and being divided. Still trying to see our best, we can still mold the minds of the people. We can still make them understand that election is over and gone. Then our people now who we elected go there again and separate it more because you have two speakers. If you really notice something today, former president we arrived in the country yesterday. Former president, we have movement in the city and knows now what I'm talking about. Follow the former president movement in the city and know that you would think that you have or two presidents. Then follow again, go to the house and see what happened there. You would think that this country have or two speakers. So it's almost like Unity Party have their speaker, CDC have their speaker, Unity Party have a president, CDC have a president. That's how the whole thing looking at now. Follow the former president movement now in the city. Send the former president we arrived. Have you followed his movement? Have you seen? Are you monitoring his activities when he moved? Are you seeing people that followed? Are you seeing the current president who said it? When President Boga moved, are you seeing people that followed? Now they jump into the house and split the whole thing. They split the whole thing now. And there was a communication in which I get before coming on. I hope the other guys can join. I'm still waiting on Tomalin and the rest of the team to join us. But this is what happened. Before coming on, I saw this. I hope I can get it faster for you. Yeah. So I know I will get it for you. But before coming on, I saw something again in which I just laughed. And again, I asked myself, I say, what's going on with this country? Where are we? A divided house? All the way into the house. All the way into the house. So this is exactly what I came across today. Just running through the internet, you get to understand. I saw this communication out, a memo out. This one comes from the acting chairman on rules and order and administration, indeed, Representative James M. Cullen. I saw this communication and get to understand that this communication was sent directly to the human resource. The human resource director requesting him to inform all directors, all assistants, requesting them for a meeting or engagement tomorrow. While doing so, another communication again from Speaker Kofa office requesting this very same people, all director, all assistant, the human resource will inform all directors and assistants. The human resource director of the House of Representatives So it says here the acting chairman on rules, order, and administration, Representative James M. Collette, instructed him to do a memo citing all directors, deputy directors, assistant directors, sectional heads to a meeting for tomorrow. Then another communication comes from Speaker Kofa's office, instructed him to issue another citation to revoke any previous citation, calling for a meeting. So you see, him will so my they get confused now. If I were here, I just put him for leave. I say they put anything. You know, I just put him for leave and leave the country. I say, let me go sit down somewhere when they post settle the thing, I come back. Because when I know he confused, he get two communication. So you see what they put up you. How we arrive here? How do we arrive here? How we got here? How we manage to reach where we are today? How? So the human resource director there at the house now, he just sitting with the two communication in here. Who's he going to honor? Just take your leave or just tell the person you sick. Baby, tell him I'm not well. Yeah, that was because the whole thing that they're confusing right there. So you see how far our people have placed us, our leader. You see how far they have placed our leader also. This is the challenge, the thing that happening now at that capital building. Since they refuse to resolve this problem on the reach to this fire, at the end of it, they came up, another speaker was elected, while another speaker still, we're all going through the due process or what, because I get to understand, what was just sitting today and talking this thing, the process of moving a speaker to that place is that the guys can see the process of procedure being very long. And maybe they say they'll just take it away how we understand it, or how we want to take it. Because if you follow the dates from Honorable Snow, Honorable Tyler, maybe you don't want to go through all this long process. Okay, let's just leave it as it is. But maybe you're not following the shoe of a Kofa, a very seasoned lawyer, and maybe you say, yeah, that test the law. Yeah, that takes our own rules. This is our own rules we put together. This is our own rules that we make. This is our own thing that we put together. Let's go through this process. The people say too long. And for the action of the majority bloc, I still have not a problem with them, especially from day one, there was serious allegation. From day one, events said that the process that we had the majority going through this year, they're trying to do this one, that the illegal way, and different names were called on them, So from day one, when the whole thing started, the majority bloc, different names, people say they are proceeding with this thing, and at the end of it today, the information we got, how they got their 51 or their 50. Is that what they did? It was wrong. Thank you for coming, Johnson, to put me on. Thank you. Is that what they did? It was wrong. What we heard, what we got from the information of how they arrived or got out 50 or what, from the one when it started, they said, oh, the majority bloc, the step they are taking, our leaders, is wrong. Going even at IRLG, it was wrong. And having a extra section or maybe a gallery on a meeting in the joint chamber is wrong. All this stuff, people keep pressing on it. Why don't go through this step? People say, okay, the matter of fact, they have the number, so they will still go on with the process. But for what we heard, how they got that 50, where people who signed when this whole thing started, there were some lawmakers that signed that put a signature to the removal of the speaker, and at the end of it, communicated with them that we are backing off on it here. So like today, seeing today being a Thursday, so we cannot get that 49. This point in that sound ever same that started up before, since the senator stay here, we just news it one time, check from our 41 because they were 41 today. So how that 41 just went straight to 50. They went back. That information we got. They went back to get the signature of those that signed early on and those that communicated with them, told them that we are backing off on this thing. So they used the signature because we saw communication with some of the lawmakers. See, we told you for a long time that we back off on it. We told you for a long time that our senator, our place, that place, long time we cancel it. In fact, I think it was the follow cabinet one the news or what, which they have within Everson and say, but since we still have some post senator here, we'll just check the check the senators we have here and just add it onto our current 41 number we get, or for the what we have, or for the sales, just carry up to 50. If that's what they did again, from the beginning of this process, they were calling them, they see the acts of what they were carrying on, it was wrong. If they carry on for you taking someone's signature, fixing someone's signature on a document, and when the person told you that I'm not a one of this, I'm not into this, and you place it there, so that meaning that majority block is still exposing itself. Because from the beginning of the process, it said your action you are carrying on, it said what you are doing, it was wrong. People condemn the action. People talk. Especially when then people going to IRG, the lodge. People talking about the money being spent to that place. People talking about it. But people say, but the people have the numbers. So that was the other side people are taking with them. That people have the numbers. That was the side people are taking. But the people have the numbers. Now, if you have that number of 41, if you cannot get that clear, 49, you leave it. Because you have to get that 49 and go back to section and present it to the speaker. All the things you think that maybe you have against that speaker, allegation what against him, and present it before setting a committee up for him to go through an investigation. So they see that whole thing being very long, the process so long. So I can send it up when they say they put him first. So when they rely on it, in the field is smart. The others, yeah, we didn't know that we still get a senator. I said, so we just, so for the season, yeah, so let's check the other senator for the 47, 48, 49, which were very, very bad. If that's what they did, because the communications we saw from some of the lawmakers who say this thing long time with tweet, but we're not part of it. We even cancel this thing, our senator to it. Where are we heading, my people? What is going on? This is a problem, though. This is a serious problem. This is a serious problem. And the only people can solve the problem are Liberian people. Liberians, only us can solve our own problem. If we can move to that capital building on Tuesday and we get our keys for the meeting, then our problem solved. This particular thing is a serious problem. It is a very serious problem because can you imagine the churches call the people and say no? The ECOWAS came and see ECOWAS can run to the board came in, it couldn't handle it. The Supreme Court would not able to make that constitutional decision. Again, we just say go back to your process, to your law, to what you have to go through it and handle your crisis. When they go back again, someone say, I don't want to go on I don't want to sit on a speaker cover. So this other people, we listen to representability. You listen to him. So it's open like this is going to be divided. That the common people suffer. The people who voted took their time, hats on, they pursue to that place from the morning hour all the way to the night to just put people into that place to go and arrange themselves. To go and arrange themselves. Chasing money because they have spent all the money in the campaign that gone already. So any 5 or 6,000 or that thing that come, you see them running behind it. No money. No money. That's what God said in that place. They went to that place there to straighten your things. And they were facing problem. So God said went into that place to fix things and they were facing serious problem. That's when people went to that house that represented Sumo Mobile. I can tell you, a very established lawmaker. That man will go into that place there and he want to stay on his ground to face things. It will get him hard time. And this lawmaker will just go into the Musa. Peter just go into that house. The short time he has served his people in that district, somebody seen the development, what going on in District 7 in Nima County. Some of you see the way how he restructuring that entire leadership in his county, especially his district. They were facing serious problem with some people who went to that place there by luck. People who went there by luck didn't want to go in that place to Chakla and Sporting. So to convince that type of man who knows already that he not credit, put the money before going to the process, God helping he won election. He had to pay the both them. So you think I'm going to pay by $5,000-$6,000? The people facing serious problem in that place. The next 6 years, I hope you're looking at. So it has exposed. It's going to expose them. It's going to expose people. Expose people in a sense that people now who now knows they are the problem, the real problem now to their country. This is going to expose them. This is going to expose them. Representative Togar, in that place, so he been there for a very long time. And all the campaign of removing a speaker, he can be the chairman. All the campaign of moving speakers, he can be the chairman. So that I own a job in the house. Go to his district. Go see. So there are no impact. There are no impact. The people running behind their own money. They want somebody who will feel out of control. They want someone. They want to sit on good committee. And get arrange yourself. It's there for you, enough for you. So you be on the Facebook, on the internet, you be there, be knocking your chest. The person will have to go, and they won't have to stay, and the majority have to back up, and the minority have to. You just had who's that feeling? You got nothing to play inside the whole thing here. You got nothing to do. No, it will not even. No impact is going to make for you. The people get their free money. The people live their good lives. Bring their girlfriend in Google houses, buy them Google cars. Your county, your district remain undeveloped. Your children still remain in school, sitting on the floor. You see what happened? Your roads still remain bad. Nothing. Because they are pushing themselves. They are there pushing themselves. They're there making noise. They take 2-3 months to make noise among themselves before even they say they want to do good work for their brain people. What are brain people work are they doing? I want to see someone on Facebook while doing that brain people work. What are brain people doing? What are we doing for that brain people for the past years? From former President Sirleaf to former President we are now to President Bogatan. What are we doing for that brain people? That the people really see. What are we doing for that brain people? This thing now, if it exposing people, they didn't have been exposed people clear. People get to know the real people with black heart, dark heart for this country, that they're to arrange themselves, make their money. So people shouldn't put themselves, their personal feelings into the thing. No impact they're going to make in your district. No impact you're going to make in your town. No impact you're going to make in your city. Nothing you're going to do for the life of your children. But this is going to definitely affect their life. It's going to affect our children. It's going to affect them because they are looking at these people as leaders. So who will they go to now for somebody to talk to me and to nurture me and say, okay, this is why you have to go back to your organization, go back to your team, you go back, who did they go to do they want to? Who? The poor making plow. So what part you got to play, Isa? There's nothing. There's no part you got to play in this thing. Nothing you're going to enjoy. There's nothing you are going to enjoy. Don't feel that it's moving Kofa. Phonetic Kofa, meaning that everything that Liberia that is open. Don't feel that phonetic Kofa demanding to follow rules whatsoever, meaning that everything going to open. It's among themselves. It's just among them. That's just like looking at it, just among them. They know the game they are playing. They know the dangerous game they are playing among themselves. They know it. It's not going to make any impact for you. They both know the thing. They both suffer in this country. So all these things have been happening in one more time. This is where they reach today. In a very short time, a new speaker, a new vehicle that costs close to 90 some thousand in the US. Another vehicle stay in the current speaker cover hand. Oh, big boss, right? Big cars, man. So you see it. Only Liberian people can solve their own problem. If they will wake up from district to district, and pick up from here to the capital building, you will see. You might go there on Tuesday. Nothing about the girl. Nothing. Nothing. You have to solve your own problem and go to your key there for the pony. Only point go to your key there for them. Nothing they put get. They will just be there to that place and be making. Some people don't want to see some people don't want to see the right thing going on. The perfect thing, the script thing. They say it's too long. The process is too long. They don't want to see it going on. They don't want. That's just how it's looking like. So don't feel that this thing will maybe you make any impact in your life, or some of you on Facebook, you put in your host, you do personal, you put in yourself inside. This thing are money lawmakers. They knows exactly what they are doing. They both fighting to arrange themselves, arrange their life. It's not for you and I. Let me welcome Julius, man. Julius, Lofa, welcome.
Hey, Ansu, how you doing, boss man?
Thank you, Chief. Welcome, man.
Thank you, thank you for holding things down. I was actually following the narrative, giving us update on what you think is going on. It was great. I even mentioned earlier, like you rightfully stated, Ansu. People must actually look at something, some of these things from a different perspective. By the way, greetings to our listening audience as well. Thank you all for being here today. Do us a favor, share the show. Well, my recommendation is let get people view on what is really happening. Sometimes when we sit on the radio and we have these discussion, it's hard for you to really kind of get in the minds of the people. And for me personally, I think it would be fair for us to really get the people's view so that some of these individuals who were elected to represent them can hear what the people think about it. Because sometimes these people see us as though we are simply here just to talk,
Okay.
and they see some of view our perspectives as being from a propaganda standpoint, or they will categorize people in however way they want to term it. So I think it would be fair if we give people the opportunity, let people call in and react to what is seen on ground and at their house for people who's supposed to be representing them. That is, both back home and here. Let them hear from people, and then hopefully they can, come to some kind of, reasonable conclusion. Understand that, hey, this is not about us. The people sent us here to get a piece of job done. We are their employees. We are not the employers, as we make it to seem like it's about, it's about us. And like you rightfully said, This is not about the people. All of the back and forth you're seeing here, it's not about the people. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. And that is why I have no sympathy for any of the two sides. That's why I'm not sympathizing with them. They're not putting you first. They're not putting the people's first. They're not putting any one of the actual issue that they're supposed to be focused on. They're not putting them first. It's not about having to invest in quality health care at JFK. It's not about providing quality security for people. It's not about wage increase for the civil servants. It's not about that. It's not about providing quality education at the University of Liberia. Not a single one of them is focused on that. It's all about what do they get out of this. Okay, and that's why they're exhibiting these behavior as though they're a bunch of rebels. And when we reference them as such, people say you can't be too harsh with your words. But remember, all of their activities at the house level is not kind to those that are actually expecting them to do the job of the people. So my recommendation is, and I'm very grateful to you for the update on what is going on. I say we open up the phone lines and get people's view on what they make of the hullabaloo that's going on at the Capitol.
All right, so you can place in your call and be live on the closing argument here on Truth FM, 777-285-961. Are the numbers for you to call. Tonight, have your say, 077-285-961. Julius, you can ask your number there.
The number out here. Here, I'm gonna post it out here. While you're doing that, let me open up the phone line first and make sure it's actually open. Folks, a lot of you, especially
285-961. Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of you in the diaspora, you often say, you're concerned, you want to call in, you want to chime in on the conversation. This is a perfect opportunity. Call in and let us get your view on what is happening in Liberia. Let your lawmakers, or as I often refer to them, lawbreakers, hear from you. So the number is, again, 919-324-6828. I'm going to put the number up here. 919-324-6828. That is the number to call and be a part of the conversation.
Okay, so let's get to the line and pick up our first caller. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Mr. Fari calling from a processing publish.
Yes, sir. You're live.
You guys just want to correct the majority. They just want to correct in the prayer. So. But if they know what I know, you shouldn't think country the peace that we went fighting with them, fighting for will get a peace. After now, we still live about a peace. We begging them, we holding their food. Then they can't do themselves. Because if you follow this is just a state. Where is the balance for coming from? Yeah? So I'm still 73, you're having the 173? Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for calling. Good evening. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Aliyu, the common man picking family around the Tower Junction.
Where are you?
Let me say thanks to you the evening for your analysis. You see, my brother, sometimes when the thing happen, I don't know, sometimes they go for a Liberian people side. You see, Speaker Kofa is he should say he left from the beginning of the whole situation when he started, when he came to Italy, when he said he can take the budget, he kept the room 1026 to Boulevard Palace to go and discuss it there. And then he said money was passing through the budget in about it, but he was not able to hold anybody accountable for it. So you see, my brother, all the people, even the government, it is not your interest. All the people there. So for me, once you every time putting blame on the president, the president, I think we have to go with the people pass together one day will go to dissolve our whole entire parliament. The people are there, and the president appointed. Then when they're not doing anything, we continue putting blame on the president. And the way the people are appointing the executive, when they're not doing anything, put fire behind the president. You know, the president suspending or the president dismissing or the president and take zero action on it. Until that, my brother, we just continue crying, but all the Ghana trying to cover all and then you are enjoying the country, my brother. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 077-285-961. Number for you to call tonight be live on the closing argument. Good evening. Go ahead. Hello? No, no, I can't hear you. Go ahead, let's hear you. The noise to the back. There's a noise to the back. Hello?
Hello, Sam, brother. How you doing?
Good. Go ahead, let's hear you.
I'm Prince Myean. I'm speaking from Marshall Highway.
All right, Prince.
Okay, so firstly, I thank you very much for the show and thank you for the program. You know, we the Liberians, we are, you know, come to say we eat our school, our recess before recess period. So, actually among yourself, they are actually right. So people that are fighting among themselves, they are right. Because time for election, people will go and then go to those big people's house and then collect money from. At the end of the day, they're getting fake promises and then they're getting their money. So those people already are whatsoever you are expecting. So when they go there for their own interest. They're not looking the interest of you again. Because they are already they know that yes, indeed, they don't have anything to do with you again after that very period of time that you appointed them into power. So they're only waiting for their 6 years.
Okay.
So I can tell you for sure, like the people you was enough from this standpoint. If representatives that are going to represent you, they are fighting among themselves. I tell you that they are not even competent. They are not even competent to even be a representative. Okay. And some people sitting there looking at it. Let me just say this to people. If or generally, I cannot go waste my time to those people to get any information from them because it looks very regular. Look at those kind of big people. You take them, you put them into power, and then it's acting on yourself. What becomes for you?
What become of you? Indeed. The next caller, you're live. Let's hear you. Go ahead. Caller, are you there? Good evening. Good evening. Let's go ahead.
I'm Joseph.
Go ahead, Joseph.
These people who call it Lord because they are not because they are Lord people. Who suffer what they say, who sing a song, he let them to be to represent out there to make love, but people are killing us. So people learn that function, the Lord leading the other that function, so that while I am on ourselves, we don't damage our country. So that while they get into it, so then so that just you and do all that work.
All right, and do that work. Caller, you're live.
Hello, brother.
Yes, sir.
My name is James Dodo from Nigeria. You know, so my point I want to raise is that the behavior our own brother getting for us in Nigeria is not correct. But they are doing it because they are already put them in power. They can do anything. They want to do anything for any kind of way they want to do it. But my point is, my advice today is that I also is that someone we should do the reporting that will get the country power. The too simple for time and we stay fighting for the person as well. Too simple for us. So that's my point.
Okay. All right. Let's pick up a few more before we cross over to Sylvester Pewee just joining us on the show. Hello?
Hello, how are you doing?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm able to go for this from my brother. People are able to know that they are not able to serve in our country. Brother. The people they just want to pull what they are proud of. For almost 14 years of civil war. And he coming to overthrow because the next thing now will be fighting on to overthrow the president. So we will report it, we will tell them come Tuesday, the surveillance will march, we go over to the capital building and he will present our session with people that they like to look power.
Yo, march to the capital building. Is that what you're calling for again? So you coming from Kakatan with your people?
Yes.
Okay, let's just leave it so, bro. Yeah, let's leave it so. The next caller, quickly before I cross over to the panelists. You are live?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Samuel Connell. I'm calling from Israel.
There's a sound to your back. I don't know where you just walk away from your monitor, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the information for our representative. Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You gotta be fast.
Yeah. Let me inform them. We went through war that delay or carry us backward in this country. We went through war that delay our education. Now we are burning our children. We are fighting to send them to school. And if they think they will carry their school business backward, we know their houses, we know their family, we know their farms. If they try it, we will not try back. If they cause any care in this country,
nothing will happen, my man. Nothing will happen. Yeah, nothing will happen. Yeah. Okay, callers. Let's just hold you guys there, and our panelists are on already. Chief Tomalin George just joining us too, and along with Mr. Sylvester Pewee too on the show tonight. So let's just cross over to them. Mr. Pewee, welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. How the great city of Monrovia and the great community of Duporo.
Very noisy city. Very noisy city.
Lofa coming for them.
Yeah, it's very noisy city.
Lofa can normally go to Liberia, but they noise will be Lofa go to Liberia. Then Lofa coming for them. Yeah, on a serious note, it's unfortunate that we were allowed the space of our country to reach this level, and that's the reason why sometimes, and sometimes we get fed up, sometimes we speak all hours of frustration and say things. But if you were to bundle people that are, and sometimes these are honorable men, but they push us to make some statements that people would think that we try to disrespect it, and most of our audience, in many cases, when you understand the perspective we will come from, they believe we should always speak in accordance with their thought process. If we were to do that, there's no need to be on the show. Sometimes we have to be balanced, and we strike the balance here moving forward. It would be a kind of an unfortunate situation if I were to sound as an imbecile on this show, and people wouldn't think that we want to attempt all of those guys that are trying to deface our democracy or treat our democracy like a kind of a debased process. It's quite unfortunate, and that's one of the reasons why we always say take mature people that will have the balls to stand for something that will not just move by anything. And that's part of the reason if you selected or elected, and this goes back to the people of Liberia. It's about time that we elect people that understand the nature of the country, where the country came from, and they will have to stand for something. They will have to have some level of integrity to stand for. We shouldn't be doing this kind of a thing here. There are a lot of lawmakers that will get, my brother, that will get elected. Ansu, in terms, sometimes they will get elected. Some of those are still renting their own homes, right? Some of those, if they've started renting their own home, they want to come and fit into society, believing that they need to have different set of activities all over the cycle of the community and want to impress those people and the rest of that. So the demand in terms of what will come to them in terms of monetary value will increase, and their social connectivity also will further exacerbate the situation in terms of what they will do. So it is important that we take men and women to get elected in that institution that will have the balls to do certain activities. Now, I agree that, and I was one person that got angry, and sometimes I say, hey, it's time that the speaker resign, it's time the speaker resign. But quite frankly, what they went through today, now the rules of engagement is very emphatically clear. What they did to this is a disgrace to themselves, disgrace to their family that they represent, because this is not about what the laws of our country is saying. The law is projecting something absolutely clear. Now, to remove a speaker is a clear process laid down by the Constitution, and as the Constitution instructed you to adopt your own rules. To do those things, there's a clear process here to remove a speaker. You should have the numbers. The number is 2-tier. And to remove a speaker is not via just signing resolutions. No. An individual lawmaker can sign, 5 of them can sign a resolution today. And tomorrow morning we hear they are all dead. That does not constitute removing a speaker. 5 of them, out of the number you say 50, 51, 5 can just go to bed tonight and die. That's not the process of removing a speaker. Removal of speaker, you should conduct a vote. There have to be a vote taken to remove a speaker. There have to be a vote taken. And I want to believe with what they conducted today. I was even calling us I thought the issue was about having a number that will go on the gap of the speaker and remove him. But on a more serious note, you cannot move our democracy the way we're trying to do it. It's total nonsense. Those guys are not behaving like those, the behaving more, even morons wouldn't do that. Imbecile wouldn't do those things that they did, right? So it is unfortunate that they will have to do that. It's about time that they will have to revert to the course of the law. Go back to the process. If you sign the resolution, Governor Haggai will present the resolution. He will recuse himself. The deputy will preside. If the deputy preside will put on the table who all don't want the speaker, you take a vote on it. 2-way. It's not a year process in removing a speaker. Now, I thought we will have to come in now. We are a student of government to teach them the basic legislative politics. There's no year process in removing a speaker. No. The same way there's no year process in electing one. If you are electing the speaker, that's why we're clear. So they went to the process. 2 processes will do. In the electing of speaker, their rules is emphatic about that. Out of a haircut will be Sylvester Pewee. Yes. Are you voting the speaker? Yes. Or choose secret ballot. The secret ballot will be you move in, the clerical staff will do the roll call, and after the roll call shall have been conducted. And we have how many present today? The quorum is accepted. Yes. We have 70 lawmakers or 73 lawmakers all here. There's a roll call and will move to the process to vote. This person voted the number, they will come the votes. After they have the roll call, there will come the number of lawmakers present. And everybody will go and vote. If it is secret ballot, you go and conduct the process. That was the way since our democracy was restored after the devastating civil crisis. That was the way and procedure we elected all of our speakers. That's the same democratic process through political contestation we elected our democratically elected president since 2005. I can recall when we played role, I played a pivotal role in the late Professor Somo Kupi that we just buried the past Saturday. We ran his campaign in Lofa in 2005. It was the way we represented him in all of the basic areas. When the ballot was counted, he won as the senior senator in Lofa County. The same process went through in election speaker 2006, January, when Eddie Snow was elected. The same process we followed to bring other speaker, even the current speaker, the past current pro tempore of the Liberian Senate. It is not about time that we want to debase our council, our law in the kind of way they try to do it. We ought to speak up. I would think that the nonsense they said today that they signed a resolution. The resolution does not remove a speaker. And that's what I said some people want to go do. You don't have to be a legal person to understand clearly that the Supreme Court is going to slap this procedurally. There was major procedural error. They would have to correct the process. Now, am I saying the speaker, they don't have me? The fact that they said they don't like the speaker, they in number. That was I was calling on the speaker the last time to quit this process. But to go about it the way they're doing, the way they went about it today, is nonsense. It's unacceptable. It's an act of cowardice, and I think they should all repent and revert to the constitutional process by our country democracy and restore this issue here and stop the nonsense they're doing. This is totally unacceptable, and that's why I said the North in River too much. We have to ask Lofa Julius to take a major trip now and move into that city and try to quiet the noise down. And I'm prepared to be part of his delegation, and he want to buy me a business class ticket to fly with him. So I mean that's unfortunate.
The noise here, Judas, is too much because the former president arrived yesterday. When you see the former president moving, then now you have the former president, you have the president, you have 2 speakers again. So it's had a minute to do it. I had the whole country running now.
Yeah, and quickly before Judah can come in, I saw the former president, I believe, attended a funeral service today in some part of Monrovia, I think Central Monrovia. Mm-hmm. There was a humongous turnout in terms of folks that market women, young market women, market men, other bystanders. The street got erupted by those euphoric way. They were very euphoric in terms of greeting him and the rest of that. So this is proving something that we have to take note that former President Weah, if time is not taken well, may massively win the next election if care is not taken as to the performance of what was unfolding currently in the country. So we folks have to be very mindful. I saw some of the videos coming on when he arrived in the country and today when he attended a funeral. I don't know who funeral he attended, but yeah, it turned to be the crack just erupted from all corner of the street of Central Monrovia, erupting to part of the Asphalt Street area. I can recall, if I can vividly recall the point that he visited today. So I mean, this is a very serious concern, but to abuse our democracy the way the folks are trying to do. Listen, the guy that started he elected to the speaker, he's a friend. We know him for years from the University of Liberia. We even call him Bo. That's how we call him. Accounting Kun. That's the name. Normally we call him from the University of Liberia. But again, the way they went about electing our own Bo today, I want to believe himself he knows. He was not that euphoric and excited about he even taking the oath when Thomas Father was doing that bogus nonsense called administering the oath to the speaker. I mean, we ought to understand clearly that we have to change the focus point here in terms of what is unfolding in the law. And if folk we have to do that, now they were just privileged to have enjoyed those processes of representing the Liberian people. Some of them they turned the privilege that the people gave them to corrupt the system of our country. That should not be overlooked. You shouldn't take the Liberian for granted. Other than that, folk will start moving on them and doing some things that would be uncalled for. And I want to believe our major traditional partner, the only country that are there to save us and put our people in check, I want to believe the government of this great country, the United States of America, is observing. And there should be some punitive action taken. I'm very convinced that there will be, because the last sanctions that were held and then pushed out, it was pushed on people that were undermining democracy in Liberia. This is tantamount to undermining democracy also. What is more flabbergasting is that most of them try to double down. And I want to believe that serious action should be taken to restore our peace and democracy.
Well, you know, Sylvester, you reference what the and let me just borrow your word as it is often used, the renegade, right? The renegade lawmakers, and the reason why I'm referencing them today, they actually in bold letters told Liberians and the word in general that they just don't care. Okay, they have no desire for true transparency. They have no regards for the rule of law. Nevertheless, I want us to also take into consideration, because I heard you mention the fact that these guys, and before I even make this statement and reference this rule that is actually stated in their own constitution, and I think it's rule 9, I want to believe, and I'll look it up. Rule 9 of their rule, the rule book actually, it states that they have the power to remove to remove one of their members, okay, based on a resolution, something of that nature. But I'll find it and read it, forbiddenly, so we can have the clarity on that. But again, these guys don't care. They have highlighted the reason why it is upon them to continue to keep our people in abject poverty. I listened to Ansu talk about how noisy the city is. First of all, you have no you have no city ordinance, no noise ordinance. Anybody can just get up anytime and just put on their own siren and just start running around and consider themselves whoever they want to consider themselves. Nobody is restricted as to what you can do. Nobody is. You're muted. You're muted.
You're talking about Rule 9. Yeah, bring it to Rule 9.
Yeah, Rule 9. Okay, yeah, Rule 9 says, okay, go ahead, read it out for us, please.
It's a removal / expulsion of members.
Right.
Yes. It says the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and other officers of the House may be removed from office for cause by a resolution of a 2/3 majority.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. So now we cannot simply say, again, this is where
I was send a whole route to you to follow along.
I have it. That's why.
Okay.
I have it. That's why I've been going through since the incident. That's why I've been going through it, and that's got me a little bit acclimated to what they have going on. Yeah, I have the whole route. I think if hold on one second. Yeah, I have it printed out. I have the hard copy and everything here, but I just been reading through everything. And so yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is the whole rule book, right? There you go.
Exactly.
Yes. There you go. Yeah, I highlighted. Yeah, I've been reading through it, just following and making comparison. But here's what I want to talk about, right? This is where I think we need legal, someone with legal mind to hopefully do the proper narrative here, explain to us what and how the law glitches will be put into place. Because if you read Rule 9 that we just read to the public, right? It also tells you why the power is given to these guys to carry on what they just did today. It also tells you that to some extent, okay, the Supreme Court cannot do much about this because they may just possibly, they may be stepping beyond themselves. Because if you read Article 3 of the Constitution, it emphasizes on the reason why you have separation of power. Yesterday, I highlighted this, and if you can recall, I highlighted this when we were discussing, right? And I'll let Benjamin come in right after this. I spoke of why it was important for us to acknowledge the fact that the president did nothing wrong by addressing the letter, all right, and just leaving it open and said to the presiding. He did not state specifically Fanatic Kofa, Mr. Speaker, but it is acknowledged whoever is referenced as the presiding will be the speaker. If you follow I guess whatever the suit is, the document that was filed today with the Supreme Court.
Let me make it clear quickly. Whosoever the presiding is not necessarily the speaker. The speaker may not be there, maybe the deputy speaker may be the senior statutory member. Also, right. The presiding.
No. Okay. So hold on. Robert, you get your time. Hold on one second. You get your time. Hold on one second.
No, you come in with a point. Go ahead, Rob.
Let me just lay on this part, and I will bring the document. I want to highlight something here. There's a reason why I brought this up. The letter they even acknowledged in the document file. They said the president did nothing wrong because the letter was addressed to the presiding. Okay, and in the rule and the Constitution, the presiding is considered the Speaker of the House. So Benjamin come in, and Robert can come in and chime in on this.
Yeah, Benjamin can. But why the president should address the letter to the speaker, and they could present it to anybody who opposes the presiding. It was addressed to the speaker, the presiding, but it was not delivered. Told the speaker that whoever here would have been the chief clerk who was physically handed the communication. Yes,
the communication was physically handed, but it was addressed to the speaker, who would be considered that the presiding in this case.
No, so if it were addressed to the speaker, then I mean, if it addressed to the speaker, then I mean anyone, because
it said Mr. Preside, or it said told the presiding.
Yeah, the person to receive it will be the clerical staff. The clerical staff will be the authority to receive.
Thank you. That's what I said.
The chief clerk or the deputy chief clerk.
Thank you. And now they took the amount of authority. They took it in their hands and went and physically made the deliver it to whoever they wanted to deliver it to. And this is why I said, okay, things are not so right here. But anyway, Benjamin, come in here, and then I want to bring the letter so that we can actually highlight that.
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Thanks for having me again. Well, with regards to who was right with the letter or that, let's look at when was the last letter that the president ever sent to the speaker? How did he address it? It answers the question. So unless you want to tell me the president doesn't know who he was speaking to, the only time when he had something to say to the speaker, he sent it to the speaker. He said, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that I will not be able to present the budget on the 8th. So the second time he's sending another letter, he does not address the speaker. It tells you that letter was not sent to the speaker. You can't change this. He knew what he was doing. He did not address the speaker the second time. That is clear. And today, these other guys went out and made more mockery of themselves. And so I always hear this others, talk, separation of power. What does that really mean? Can anybody answer it? So then I'll answer.
Separation of power is clear within the Constitution. It's wherein we have the Constitution is saying we have three separate branches of government, right? And everyone will have to operate in the confine of their own responsibility. For instance, lawmaking within the confine of the lawmakers, the legislature. The judiciary is within the confine of the judicial branch of government, and the executive power of the country within the sort of the executive, who the president is heading that division. So these three branches will have to coordinate in each of their area and respect.
That's the word that I was looking for. They have to coexist. So I don't know what would get confused that when something happened in one branch, the other branch cannot address it. If there is chaos on the hill, it's only the Justice Department that can solve that, and it has nothing to do with separation of power. Like what we're talking about here. So if people start fighting, if the police start to fight, you would say, "Oh, nobody should come in and do anything because this is a separate branch." No, you can do it, and we just stop thinking. Like that. These are three separate branches, but yet they can still coexist. So there's nothing. So if the other group says that they will continue doing what they are doing, and the Flagova group says, okay, we'll keep going there to the capital and disturb anything, the government cannot function. Somebody will have to come and that somebody will be the Justice Department. I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, you're right. And quickly before Lofa can come back, for instance, the last time there was trouble in the capital Bealded, right? The police, as they got the same police there, the police went to quiet them. The legislature branch is having issue, and the police will move in to quiet.
Oh, Pewee, you're muted.
You are muted. Yeah. So if the police don't move in, there will be more chaos at the legislature. So who controls the police? That's part of the coordination, and they have to coexist that way to ensure that the government is run smoothly and the rest of that. We have to do this. Or that we headed for serious trouble in the country. If the folks don't want to do that, and I can recall, I want to commend we are here on this line. President we was not known to be politically savvy at the time. People say you are now a politician. But during his reign as president of the republic, this nonsense didn't happen. This nonsense didn't happen. I want to be very blatant and very clear here. This nonsense didn't happen. There were no crashes in the legislature. If there were any, we didn't hear of them, right? Speaker Buffer Chambers went through smoothly, right?
That's
there were no
true.
crashes. Pro tem chair, also the same. There were other bickering. There were other folks trying to meander their way through some other issues, differences in the red or view. But the ability for the government to control those things, for the ability for the president to reach out and coordinate and ensure that there's some level of compatibility running across the three branches of government was very important and vital. That's the way you become more strategic in terms of governance, and the governance process will be smooth. I got some problem here. We'll go less than 1 year. There's potential conflict. There's potential constitutional crisis. This is a worrying issue.
It's already happening.
Our military to be very cantankerous in their kind of line. They will move and seize power and tell that Brown people will have election in 3 or 4 years, and someone else support them, right? Someone else support them for the kind of nonsense that's unfolding in the country. Dr. Peabody, welcome.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you, Ben. Welcome. It seems like we having it appears that we have a coup d'etat at the Capitol building. That's why it appears like that. It's like a coup d'etat at the Capitol building. So, what we saw unfolding today, I think is wrong, and that's why it is very, very important for the president of Liberia to make a statement. You can't be out of the country and this kind of thing going on. It's very important for him to put his voice out there and let people hear him and let him speak to the Liberian people. But what we saw today at the Capitol building was a complete coup d'etat by the majority bloc. I mean, I don't care how you guys have a different. There's no way you can go and declare yourself and then install somebody today and say he's going to be the new speaker. I think for me, I think it's a coup d'etat. It's a coup d'etat, and not at the Capitol. And I think they were wrong. They were totally other guy violating the Constitution. I mean, let's get out there. Let's meet in the chambers. Let's have an election and see if this man does not get the 49 or people join outside, and then it'll be over. But why will you go and declare yourself, declaring the current speaker that he's no longer the speaker? You have an election. You put in Kuhn there to be another speaker. This kind of thing needs to end. And the government of Liberia, headed by Joseph Boaga, need not to work along with these guys because he's bringing problem on himself. Because what good for John today might be good for Paul the next day. And it could happen to him. What we're noticing, Liberia is getting into a very serious problem. And sooner or later, the country will plunge into a mini civil war, and which we don't want to see happen. Sooner or later, Liberia is closer to that. If we can see that happening on the Capitol building, and you got a president who's sitting there and saying nothing, the executive is doing nothing about it, and say you're not going to talk in it, what about your obligation to the Liberian people? He has an obligation to the Liberian people to tell the Liberian people what's going on. But if you're going to sit there and allow this to happen in front of your face, for the Constitution to be grossly violated and say nothing, then we have a problem. What we saw today at the Capitol building is a coup d'etat, and that could extend to the executive level. Seriously.
But Dr. Peabody, and let me just add this to that. I don't know how people can really think that President Boyka is not aware of this. I'm still trying to kind of figure that part out, because obviously President Boyka is in the know, all right? And everyone in his circle are part of this entire process. Again, this is the norm for the UP and the establishment as a whole. They don't see reason to do things in a much more organized manner. And this is why they are purposely carrying this on so that they can have the level of authority that they feel they can have to govern the state in whatever chaotic way, or, just to not be transparent. So President Boyka is aware of this. President Boyka, with all of the situation going on today, he actually chose to go visit his hometown, his place, where he grew up. With everything going on in the state, you left all of those things to go and just tour the streets. He knows exactly what's going on. But this is where we find ourselves. Like people often say, elections come with consequences, and I think this is where we find ourselves.
Yes, Lofa, he's aware, because you can't tell me President Boyka is not in the know when Mo Ali appeared before that majority bloc, when the Minister of Internal Affairs, who had been accused of sexual molesting somebody, appeared, when the Minister of Transport, Alex Stadler, Correction, King Kong brother, appeared, and you say you are not aware of it, but you found out they did. What action did you take? You did not take any action. You didn't do anything. So it's really sad. But I think Robert's here, and Robert can take over from there.
Thank you, Dot. It's good to be back on. It's another great day on our end, but it's another sad day for our country, Liberia. And I think I will reiterate what I said yesterday. I think it's time that we stop the technicality and just be honest with the Liberian people, and be blunt with the Liberian people. We keep reading articles in the Constitution that we're self-interpreting, and it's overlapping other articles of the Constitution that should not even allow us to even go to the other article. When people talk about and the three branches of government and the separation of the three branches of government, the Article 3 of the Constitution is very clear when they said three separate branches of government, three separate coordinate branches of government. There's a reason why they inserted the word coordinate. That means, though that they are separated branches of government, they are to work together. They are to work together in a coordinated fashion. They are to come together, correlate, interrelate. They are working together in the interest of the Liberian people. It doesn't mean when one person gets killed in one sector, then the other branch keeps quiet. Because they don't want to assert power. And the separation of these branches of government, the Article 3 specifically talk about how one cannot be simultaneously in one branch of government and working in the other branch of government, or attempting to assert power in that branch of government. But it doesn't mean that people can speak when they see nonsense going on. It doesn't mean that one person in another branch can say this is wrong. It doesn't mean that we all keep our mouths shut and just basically just sit and fold our hand because that whatever happened in our branch of government got nothing to do with us. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's not the interpretation. So I think we are, and I see my brother, the neo progressive smiling. I love when I see my brother smiling over there. But I think we're being technical here when we asserting all of these things in the Constitution. We should focus on what is legal here. And I hear Lofa keep saying they did nothing wrong by the president addressing who the presiding officer. The presiding officer, as per the very Constitution, is a speaker. You go heaven, you come earth. The presiding officer is not whoever is there. No. The presiding officer is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Every 6 years, they gather to elect a presiding officer. The deputy presiding officer is a deputy speaker. The submission of the budget, when it's addressed to the presiding officer, you don't have to call the speaker name for all of us to know who that person is. The presiding officer is Speaker Fanati Kofa. You can't have the presiding officer living body available at the Capitol, and then you say, presiding officer, deputy chief clerk. It doesn't work that way. And if the presiding officer is not available, who gets the budget? It's a deputy presiding officer, which is the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. They then pass it on to the chief clerk for plenary. That's the rule. That's the legal rule. So we don't have to go back and forth to Article 3, Article that, Article this. What these guys are doing is an embarrassment to the entire country. What they are doing is illegal. It's unconstitutional. However way you put it, it's unconstitutional. Can you imagine us asking now, so we got two speakers? No, we don't have two speakers. You know why we don't have two speakers? Because the very rule says every 6 years, the House of Representatives shall gather to elect. So how can you have a Speaker of the House of Representatives based on resolution? When last did Liberia have a speaker based on resolution? How can we elect speaker now? I want to ask a question today on my page. What if one of the guys who signed a resolution was going home today and he just died on the road? Then what happens? The resolution holds? I stand corrected, but we have never, since we became a sovereign country, we have never elected a speaker based on resolution. Is that how we should start electing president now? Should we gather the entire country and say, Joseph Boaga, we got 4 million people here. We have signed a resolution to have Joe or Alex Cummings or anyone else be our president. So we should have 2 presidents now. Is that how it works? Because if we are signing resolutions to elect, to pick speakers, then we should be signing a resolution for everything else in the country. Let's stop this joking, yeah. Let's stop this joke of an embarrassment, yeah, man. You have to elect. You don't sign resolution to pick speakers. You have to elect. That's how speakers, that's what the rules and the laws and the procedure says. You have to elect. So how can Kong be the speaker based on my resolutions? Why have you seen that? Kong cannot be the speaker. This is a joke and it's an embarrassment. And we should all frown on this nonsense. I've never seen anyone. Was Kofa elected based on resolutions? Was Buffer Chambers elected based on resolutions? Was all the other speakers, was Alex Tyler, the two speakers that resigned, were they, did they become speaker based on signing the resolutions? So where are we as a country, my people? Where are we going to speak up? This is an embarrassment. There is no two speaker. The legal speaker is Fanatic Kofa. When last do you have a speaker elected on resolution? And then we're still talking about Article 3. We're still talking about Article 5. We're still talking about Article 10. We're still talking about Article that. Article 100. And what the article say? What the other article say? What the other article say? Let me stop it for right now.
All right, guys. What order you guys were going in? Who next? I mean, Ben, Sylvester.
Yeah.
Dr. Peabody, let me just
Since he called Lofa names, so maybe it's appropriate. I love our shoes.
There's a reason why every institution has bylaw. Okay, whether those documents are often used does not negate the fact that they exist. It is truth that throughout the history of Liberia, we have never had to replace a speaker based on resolution. But when these conversations are held, one must look into it thoroughly and consider all parts of it. It is written in this document that actually the rule, okay, the House rule, Rule 9, and I will read this for all of us to hear it. The Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and other officers of the House may be removed from office for cause by a resolution of a 2/3 majority, of the members of the House. Okay? Now, there's a reason why it was written. Was the process, what these guys carry on, is this something that we should encourage, considering other functions of the government and other things that could possibly happen? You don't have to encourage it, but it is in their rules. And if it has been
so Lofa, can I ask you a question? Lofa, so what you just read, can we just take that piece you just read? Is that applicable to what we witnessed today?
Did you not just hear him say that the result, the action was based on resolution?
So let me answer the question, Ben.
Let me ask
question to you.
Ben,
so
I don't want to go. I don't want to go back and forth. I don't want to go back and forth about this, right?
Ben, let him land. Let him land.
Ben, I don't want to go. I don't want to make this a dialogue going back and forth about this. I'm telling you, my point here is simple. When this conversation is being held, you cannot ignore the written document. Okay, it's
guys,
like
I beg you guys. Before we continue, we have the representative Alex Noah on the line from Sano County, one of the representatives. That was just
which side is it? One know which side.
come
on, Ben.
You can ask him, but he on the line, and you can.
I don't know the exact. That's why.
I think we can ask him one more question before we let him go, because it's late where he is. Representative Alex Noah, you welcome to the closing argument. You have Lofa Julius, Robert Garguah, Ben, and Sylvester Pewee. Guys, this is Representative Noah from the from Sano County District, District 2, right?
Yeah, what block is he from, though?
I'm a representative. He for the speaker block.
You're asking. He on the phone.
He for the speaker block. So I'm a representative for the speaker block.
So I'm going to ask. I'm glad that we have a representative on here. And I want to ask my first question, our representative. By the way, this Lofa, how does Rule 9 of your rules, okay, apply in the situation that you guys are experiencing today?
Rule 9 of our rule. Come in, Pewee.
You want me to read it out? You want me to read it out for you, sir? I can read it.
Because Yeah, I wanted to read it out for me.
Okay. So it says the speaker, deputy speaker, and other officers of the House may be removed from office for cause by a resolution of a 2/3 majority of the members of the House. Now, my question is again, how does this apply to the current situation, and how does it take away from what is being referenced as, you know, the Constitution or the majority black being outlawed in the process?
So nothing of our rule has been applied from day one before we.
Okay.
Our regulations, our guidelines, unfortunately, are being misused, are being ignored by us. And I'm using us because I'm a lawmaker.
True.
And we deserve respect and everything from our Liberian people. We ourselves should respect those things that are good for the public and for our own self. Unfortunately, Pewee, what we saw today, or what we've been seeing for the past 1 month, 2 weeks, is unfortunate. And also, at a certain point, I'm regretting what I should contest as representative. It's unfortunate to say, but I think when you are, you feel you can change things, but when you are in, then it's a different thing. So yes, today our rules were butchered. They were abused by us, more especially the quote unquote the majority black. The matter of fact, there is nothing in the Constitution, there is nothing in our rule called majority black, and you know that has been parading. Now, today, some of us saw what we envisaged before even coming to this process to say, okay, we who from the Kofa black, you cannot come to all. We're convincing you Kofa is available. He wants to go through due process to make sure that all of the counts that you got when you are out of the country to answer to them. You said no, you will be in our LJ and then come to join Chiwon, and then you don't want to say Ono Kofa. Even Ono experience it. Who does that? How do you hear the person? How do you also get feedback for your problem you have? You deny the man everything, fundamental rights, our own rules, the Constitution, and everything. So today it's a broad day coup. Just to answer that question, it's a broad day coup on the speaker, and that's why we're standing with the speaker. All that is being paraded is a charade. We are waiting for the law to be interpreted, for the Constitution to be explained from the people who are responsible for it. We know now that the government of Liberia, headed by His Excellency Joseph Nyimamboaka, is fully involved. They are masterminding this process, or the other branch of government. So waiting for the judiciary to interpret. If they say Kofa, I mean, you have no case here, then the Liberian people, because we want a point. The point we want the thing to stop here. Every time you want Sylvester Pewee to leave a position because certain people don't want him there, when there are rules in taking him from there, then there is no need. So if the Supreme Court say, Kofa, there is no case for you, that the way they were dancing and saying, oh yes, you know, the man carried out to court and we want him. No, he did not win. When the man went to the court, they said you are planning to remove him. You said no. You just gathering, you only get complaint against him. So the court said, okay, the fact that they're not planning to remove you, we cannot force them to say they want to remove you. And that's brought to the fact that some of the reasons that some of us, we felt it was good to make sure that we bring them to light, let the Liberian people see them.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody get a question?
Let me ask you, Representative Alex Noah, it's good to have you. It's really good to have you. But let me ask you, like you regularly said, today was
Peabody.
This is
How are you?
I'm well, sir. I'm well, sir. We just witnessed what we witnessed today was in no doubt a coup d'etat. What we witnessed today. What I want to know is at the Capitol. What I want to know. The president of Liberia obviously involved. You guys went to the Supreme Court. Do you think Supreme Court will be fair enough to render judgment in terms of the court and all of that? Do you have any confidence in that Supreme Court?
Good question, Peabody.
Yes, it's a very good question, and I will not want to preempt. As far as I'm concerned, the Supreme Court is there to do the right thing, and we feel they are the higher interpreter and final arbiter of our justice in our country. So to say I expect nothing less than justice to be served to the COFA black, including the speaker himself, then I will be preempting what we expect from the Supreme Court. But all that I know, there are precedents, there are cases that I went to the Supreme Court, and they were in the favor of people that were violated. But what can happen? We know we expect nothing less than Kun and Lex being speaker or parading to be speaker because of the involvement of the executive. That's all I can say. But I know the Supreme Court will do the right thing.
Let me ask you one more question. I just have one more question, Honorable. You expect the Supreme Court because the laws are there. How do you guys plan to carry on business, especially with this kind of threat? I'm hearing they are trying to remove the security officer, asking them to leave the speaker. This thing is going to turn into a chaos. How do you guys plan to address it?
So those are all those. You finish?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You say how do you guys expect? Please repeat the question, please.
I said the illegal bloc headed by Thomas Fala, the rebels, they are planning to disrupt the speaker. They are planning to take away his security. How do you guys plan to address it?
Yeah, so they are all package of the legal proceedings. They are all packaged. It have not happened, so I will not speak to that. When it is effectuated, then I think we have an issue to be part of the package. Again, from day one of the whole thing, the COFA black are being on the side of the law. And say in some instances, to the extent when people want to do fingers in our eyes, then you see some, resisting, but those resisting also they are legislative, except to the extreme where, people, but you guys live in a van war. In other parliament, you even see people slapping each other and, going a local head. They happen, but they happen for a reason sometimes that will be in the interest of the people. And not all the reason of then let Peabody, so we don't want to see Peabody on the show. In fact, Peabody want to be the head of closing argument in the future. So that 3 person get together and say, we don't want him in the evening coming to studio and say, no, don't enter. We get quorum or we get majority. Abusing the rules and regulations of your own station, for example. That's what we're doing in Liberia. And it's unfortunate. When I say it's unfortunate, to the extent that the woman in the market, that the children on the street are getting angry with what is going on. When we get serious national issues, could you imagine that the people there and Sylvester with Timoni, how come the president have been dealing with volunteers from time to time, sending letter addressing it? And like you now, you and your woman, no flour. Out of a certain night, you start giving full money to your 12-year, 14-year-old child. When you're doing it, you sending the child in the market and say, "Go ahead with mama being home." I say, "You go and cook for me." That's what it means.
Yeah.
Addressing letter to declare doing this 1 year under certain circumstances, those things happen. But for coordination and also the level, there are 3 branches of government. The speaker is the head of the 5 branch. So you president, you the head of the country and the executive. And you get the judiciary. Now, one day I know they will read the judiciary and give it to the sergeant at hand there, or give it to the desk officer, for the institution, leaving the chief justice because maybe there will be issues. That's how we want to run our country. Unfortunately, these are things that also, with all the proliferation of things they say against President Weah, these are things that we did not see broad day. Yes, there may be some shortcomings, but in the midst of all of the profuse problems and competing priorities, small things that were going on. But you see, in less than 11 more, all you see, if you have water entering or cellular, then fire burning some community, so horrible and terrible things happening in our country under this leadership. So we all need to pray for our country. Sometimes you feel ashamed when you're sitting and watching these things. How do you go in your community to even talk about your country? It's unfortunate. So yes, it's a broad day coup. I repeat that, and we're not accept it. The right thing should be done, and we expect nothing less than for Nanti Kofa, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, be served justice. Again, the last time when we were saying, "Oh, the other ministry gave the other ministry," people said a lot. Today, what you see? At the time they did that a broad day coup, you saw the man reading from text. They brought a sheet, they planned everything.
Yes. Honorable Noah, this is Comrade Pewee, Sylvester Pewee here. I got very few, just one question for you. But before I can post my question to you, I just want to say thank you for your service to the country. And I want to believe, let me strike here clearly that as a young man, you did an extremely very wonderful job at the Port of Greenville. We get some very good positive review on the record you serve when you serve as the port manager of the Port of Greenville. Let me say to you, thank you. We, the young generation, is taking note of those kind of a line. We want to say thank you for your service to the country. my concern to you quickly is here that we getting some mixed information here. I just want you to talk to this audience and that of our very wonderful followers. Is it true by any chance that your number, the speaker number is dwindling? That means it's reducing, that some of them crossing over going to the other side? And the second question quickly, if this is true, will you guys continue, if they were to get the number, like the 49 and came under the gabble of the speaker, will you guys be with the speaker, those of you who are the speaker, or will his number continue to persist to the end of the battle, or this information about most of them crossing over is true? I just want you to speak to us about that quickly, please.
Well, I think, I thought that was the first question you guys would have asked me, because I even one of those who signed on the resolution on purpose. And I signed 3 days ago.
Wow.
So you got the information, and that's why you called me on the show. So the speaker, and listen to this very, very well. The speaker did everything that any reasonable human being can do try to get peace with the codex. But all that I can say to you, and take it by my word, this is not about the speaker. This is not about the representatives. All the representatives you see, they are being controlled by people in extension just to see the speaker out. If you see some of those representatives, you ask them, they say, oh, now really get something with the speaker, but my godfather gets something with him. So, on purpose, myself signed 3 days ago. And what the purpose? The ECOWAS came here, Pewee, and you know me very well. You won't be better that I respect. You know my record. The ECOWAS came here to come and intervene. Our brothers refused every point that was raised, every suggestion that was made. They said everything they want should be at their will. The speaker said, okay, the first proposal was 3% should come from our side, 3% come from the side to investigate the speaker. They said no. The speaker said, okay, I'll take all the people. Could you imagine that? Somebody telling you your own people who want to remove him, who got a complaint against me, you come and investigate me. You say no again. You were not calling before you to investigate him. The country got to move forward. Nobody coming, nobody going. So some of us, in one of our meetings, with the approval of the speaker, he said, even my supporters, I will not hold your district on our stage. I will not hold your people on our stage to be looking at you that you just are mere fanatics to me. But I even want to reassure you that even if you were to go to correct it another quick, so that if people can come and just give me the due process, that's all I want. Due process. Then they ask me those questions, let me answer, let the Liberian people know. And they refuse. So our part of the 7% that they say we obstructed the day of the coup, the first day it happened. So they wrote out letters. I think you may have gotten the information that 3 of our friends were suspended.
Mm-hmm.
So they wrote a letter, and I replied to the letter, and the letter was read today on their floor. I will be going there on Tuesday of next week. Just to know today, because they wanted to remove the speaker today without due process, and I was signing the resolution is based on due process. I hope you're getting the point I'm making.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is get a 2/3 majority, county by county, we confirm our signature, and then the committee report shall or will be voted upon by county and hand count. Not a year, that thing we can do, so that all of you out there can know who vote in favor of this or who vote not in favor. And that's a rule. Why you must break it? Why you should bend it? So you get it to tell, or you don't want the man to appear before you to answer to your count. So mean you don't have counts again. You don't have issue. All you wanted was to move the man. And what we wanted to expose also is to make sure that the Liberian people know that all they were doing is just about removing Kofa. It was not about issues. Look at the other scenario. How come Presidio Cooper, Rookie Barry, Benu Masare, those names were the name when the whole thing started, you said they were with you. And when they went publicly, say, we are now with you because we did not understand anything from the beginning. You show a different thing and you did different thing. So we retain our signatures any day. How come today you counting them without them being in session with you physically, and you counting them as your people to remove the man also? So this is the type of country we have. It's starting. But again, nothing is our generation, but we not also give up. Every noise that you've been hearing is about personal aggrandizement. Nobody talking about law, nobody talking about rule, or a speaker, Sylvester Pewee wants to do the right thing. So the wrong thing should be done. In how much you want to introduce the right thing, oh, because it's still in America, oh, that American system you want to bring. That's why get out to where we are.
Okay, Honorable Noah, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Robert didn't ask.
Oh.
Robert or Ben did not ask.
Oh, but then you guys asked it. It's late in Liberia. Ask now, so he can let the guy.
No, don't worry about me.
Okay,
Ask, please.
Okay, you ask the question now, Ben. Robert.
Oh, Robert, go ahead.
Ben Noah is picking, so
I'm
you
the
don't
old
want.
You're around.
So, Mr.
Oh,
Lord
man,
Baker.
I thought you're in a general regalia.
Oh, no.
I thought it was a military regalia.
No.
Yeah.
So, with regards to the way how the laws are being misinterpreted, do you guys have like legal teams in your offices, like people who can help you guys like to understand some of these things? Because it seems as though that some of these things, even as basic as it may seem, like people are just all over the place. So do you guys have legal teams or legal people that you guys refer to sometimes in your offices?
Yeah, so we have legal team, but they will have more attention if something concerning service. The same way you can go to service on Sunday. If that's something where no interest, where they got to bake you before you something, then somebody will not want to pay their time, they will want legal thing. Or something with motive, something with intent, something with benefit for you. You don't even want that the number of any legal thing to understand anything. The way you understand it, that's how you run with it. It's unfortunate, but I gotta say, see, sometimes when some of our police reading our own rule, either they turn the book upside down or they hold it in the middle. They don't read it in any kind of way. So it's because somebody somewhere won't get certain thing achieved. That's what been happening.
Robbie, got any question? Okay, Representative Noah, I think the guys are exhausted. The question. We look forward to you appearing on live. Maybe because you said to set up was difficult right now to set up. So, but
Yeah, so when you ready, you let your guy know, then we can plan it better.
yes, so
Because you just called me unaware.
Yeah,
and
so-
I couldn't just
yeah, so we
be
can see
alive,
you. A lot of people can see you and we can interact with you, looking at you. So thank you so much for taking your time to come and engage
No
us
problem.
tonight. We
And all the
appreciate it.
sign up will be here. All the sign up people will be here that day coming.
Over to my brother Sylvester, yeah.
I'll give you a number to Sylvester. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, man. Good night,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Look, guys, quickly. Look, I mean, what he just explained is clear. Even ECOWAS scheme, the speaker agreed to submit to everything they asked for. He agreed to it, so y'all can investigate me. But the problem, like today, if you guys follow what happened today, even when Tomalin said they'll go to vote, they were afraid. They couldn't try it. And what you guys did, you guys sound to it's okay. We'll make it faster. We sound with 50. You're not go forward now. And the law says give the man due process. You got numbers, right? You got 50% that sound a petition. So you're not go try. You're not go to the floor now and put the motion on the floor. You present your motion on the floor. For that, you say I will recuse myself. Somebody can even Tomalin can even preside. And when you present your petition to the floor, the law says I should have my right to defend myself. Look, my accusers looking at me and defend myself.
Yeah.
So now but then the problem they facing, they're afraid that if we try this thing, we put the thing on the floor, the argument after the main argument, they put it to vote, they won't get a 49 vote, and then they'll be defeated. He remains speaker. So what they did today, when they took themselves, look, it's so disgraceful.
It's a year and year.
So this is where I said today.
Yeah.
One of my posts. This is where our leaders in the country should come forward. The people are flagrantly, they are blatantly violating the Liberian Constitution in front of everybody. And we sit down there, we just let them get with impunity. What the council of churches, what the Ethiopian mediation committee, what are the people? This time, if I were political leader in the country, this time I'll lead efforts. I'm hearing that President Weah and Sedition are planning to escort Fanati to work. I'm still trying to confirm it. And I can tell you, if President Weah really lead that charge and he marching to go in with Fanati with Seditionists, people will join him. And look, and I'll tell you one official of government today, the guys, I said, look, what you guys are doing, you playing with fire. Because everything gets out of hand, you guys will lose everything. The power you guys play with today, you guys boasting and bragging. Even my good friend, just read Fagon post. Fagon said, another blunder. He was speaking in quotes. And I know, they blunder today again. People know they are just going.
They will even stop them and resolve to start going after them heavily. This is terrible. Terrible.
Down the Supreme Court. Was the biggest mistake ever.
Supreme Court, right? Supreme Court, like the guy said, Supreme Court should do the right thing. They know very well people have violated the Constitution. But then you should not say tomorrow the executive will tell them and say, oh, you know, if the budget not pass, you don't get your benefit.
They won't do that. Those two go not do that.
No, but they should be very clear and tell the person, look, we don't say you shouldn't do what you want to do, but you go and give the man his due process. Let the man let him defend himself before he accuses us. Then take it to vote. But why you guys are rushing with the thing? Rush quickly, then you put your hand. And Tomal Fala is a guy. Look, Tomal Fala is surprised at him too because he member of this main party, you from the same party, but you there today leading that kind of illegal behavior attitude, putting him out, swearing somebody in office, and that other man said now your comrade said you're like some kind of buffoon, making fool of himself.
Yeah, making ass out of you, yeah.
Stop. What is that? And people look, it's bad, it's wrong. And the people are playing with fire. All of us here might be old enough to know where the control Liberia came from. Because I'm telling you, if tomorrow you say, oh, we hearing some noise at the border, something happening, we hearing boo sound, people will start running. And these guys that are playing at the model will start saying, if we had known. They gotta be very careful. Yep. There are people in Liberia who are pissed, they're not happy. Some of them, they are out of the country for years. They will find reason to enter that country, they can't cause trouble. And before I end, when Liberia crisis took place, at that time, don't forget, we had our neighbors were all military leaders. You had Conte in Guinea, you had Mombo in Sierra Leone, you had Rollins in Ghana, you had Bamagida. Bamagida was in Nigeria, and then the only person that was a civilian was the ECOWAS chairman, Jallah. That's why it was easy to form a military intervention force to come in Liberia. But right now, to do it, you need people that will go to the parliament and prove and look. And right now, we are about to get a president in America who will tell you, say, they're not our business. You're doing what you want to do in your country. We're taking it for a joke. But period, that's what we are right now. It's a serious thing.
Yeah.
We shouldn't take it for a joke.
And yeah, we shouldn't take it for a joke. And we, the commentators, the political pundits, it's about time that we be more forceful and trying to highlight some of these things so that people will understand. And part of the reason is that our people went through a devastating civil crisis in the country because of the selfish motive, of the selfish interest of the just probably 1% of the population that's supposed to be running the Liberian politics and the politics at the time. It was because of that almost 5 point or 4 point something plus million people suffered, and it's on record that close to 200,000 of 50,000 of our folks lost their life in this, and while we've referred to one of the cataclysmic civil crises across Africa. What we have to do now is collectively as people begin the process of highlighting some of these things, calling name calling. Now, people will not go in the name of politics, pillage the resources of our country, living large, their children, the rest of the families living the way they want to do things. Then they are bent on the process of blatantly trying to undermine the peace we have. This is not the necessary thing we have to do. We will start the process of writing the State Department, writing congressional leaders in this country that will pay some attention. We have key people that are going to pay attention. There's some of these people that are doing these things. There should be some level of punitive measure taken against them. The first line, if you start to sanction some of those people, and allowing them to tar them, sanction them, connect also the European Union and other serious civilized society countries in the country will sanction some of these people, and then try to coerce the Liberian government to take some actions against them. If we don't do this thing, we don't put more pressure, this thing won't stop. Listen, I have one person that believes that the country needs to fortune, but to engage into, to indulge today in this blatant act of undermining our constitution, it is wrong. We can't sit and do this kind of a thing. There's not yay and nay time here. Yay, nay, no. It's a process of removing a speaker. Rule 9 is clear. They do also have rule 48.7 and 48.5. Go through the rules. Rule 9, 48.7, 48.5. See the rules and the rest of those things, and you'll get to understand there are procedural, blatant procedural error on the part of these renegades. So if they will continue the process of violating the Constitution and their own rules, because their rule is in accordance with the constitutions, and also it is quite unfortunate. It is time that we will sit as people, begin the process of amplifying our tone, and even amplifying it, we need to look for those huge projector speakers and send it across the 15 political subdivisions of our country to begin to strike here and make those guys to understand that this is not about their private entity. This is not a private firm they're running. This is the Republic of Liberia. It's a constitutional democracy we have. We have to respect the Constitution and ensure that those that are trying to blatantly undermine the Constitution will be ejected out of the area. And it's about time that people understand this process. They say, well, we're so gullible, we're so laying dog in terms of the way we want to see what is unfolding in our country. We're so laissez-faire, but it's about time we pay some attention. It's about time that we push the politicians to act and act in a way and manner that would protect the governance of our country. The budgets have not even been discussed up to this critical time. We have critical things unfolding. We have hospitals across the country that need some budget support. We have some issues that need some intervention from the Ministry of Public Works to ensure that our road will be pliable. We need the roads to be pliable so goods and services will reach in the loops and corners of the country. Those part of the country, the heat of land that things cannot go into. So we need those things to happen for our people. It is not for their own comfort, because most of them are relying in serious comfort. They don't want to know about what's happening in the rural part of the country. There are folks suffering today. So it's unfortunate. Look at the way we are welcomed today in the part of Monrovia when he went up to a funeral service and the rest of that. So a lot of things is unfolding in the country. The people think that it would have been better with the consistency of this process continue instead of coming in this nightmare that we find ourselves today, and we have a bunch of imbeciles that is trying to do nothing but undermine our country, democracy, and the rest of that. I mean, it is unfortunate on a serious note, and I'm just tired of talking about it over and again.
Hey, look, let me say something right, guys. You see, the fact that former President Weah will be marching to the capital city with seditionists to go and accompany the speaker, who's from the CDC party, we shouldn't take it for a joke. Don't forget, this man, you may not like him, whatever you want to say about him, but he's the leader of the largest opposition party in the country. He still enjoys popularity. He went to a funeral today and you saw what happened there. Now, if that man says he's walking in the street with partisans, people will join him, not even seditionists alone. A lot of people will join him. It will be, in fact, I will encourage the former president too. Like he might even call other opposition leaders. Join me. It's not about Kofa. Like you guys always say, Lofa and Robert, it's not about Kofa. It's about the rule of law.
No, it's not.
The Constitution. Because it will start like this. Why tomorrow somebody jump and say, President Baga should step down. And he stepped down, they start doing all kind of stuff. How do we say it? They will say, oh, it will say like coup there, right? What they are doing is they are blatantly violating the Constitution of our country. If a man started to walk tomorrow on Tuesday with a partisans, people will join that line. He's a very popular figure, and the police cannot look at him and say they're shooting him, putting tear gas in his eyes, or trying to say what they're talking on him. You know it cannot happen. But you do it. People that, I mean, you know what can happen. It will respond. and it will get out of hand. This is why it is very important the Supreme Court act save the country, because that's where we're heading. President Baka has proven, that he's involved in this thing. There's no excuse about it. He's involved for the fact that his ministers went to these people last week and submitted themselves to these people. You know that he's involved. There's no excuse about it. People will say, "Oh no, he's involved." There's no excuse about it. It's wrong, and it'll come out to bite. So it's important. And let us watch. That's next Tuesday. Watch what will happen. The president we have followed through his plan and escort his solution. He partisan to with the speaker. So Liberia must be very careful. Things can get out of hand, and the next thing we are talking about say, well, we're not stop now. It will get out of hand, and tomorrow those leaders will blame themselves tomorrow that they plunge the country in this mess that we head into. But Robert.
Yeah, let me say this. And I intentionally did not want to ask the representative any question, because the reason why I did not want to ask him questions is because I think we have become a laughing stock, and I think when we have a platform and thousands of people are listening to us in radio land across the country, I think it's important that we respect them enough, right? We can have our opinions, right? But I wish Lofa was on, but I think this is not right when we continue again to cherry pick rules and constitutional articles to buttress our point, and to some extent is a non point. Right, I keep hearing Lofa talk about Rule 9, that they can remove the speaker through a resolution passed by 2/3. Okay, so what's next? Have you read Rule 10? Have you read Rule 10? What Rule 10? Let me read what Rule 10.1 states. When the office of the speaker becomes vacant due to a removal, death, resignation, inability, or other disabilities, the deputy speaker shall act as speaker until a new speaker is elected within 6 days. So why are we sitting here and just blatantly trying to justify unconstitutional and illegal actions? Every single thing that has happened from day one by the so-called majority black has violated not only the Constitution of Liberia, but has violated their rules,
their own rules,
and their procedures. If you can't just say, oh, the speaker can be removed through a resolution pass. A resolution pass still requires them to give the speaker due process. You remember when they initially attempted to remove the speaker on the floor, when this whole thing was shut down, they did not even have a cause. The public had no idea what that cause was. It was not until after the next day when they had a press conference outlining why they wanted the speaker removed. But guess what? If you had any intention of following the law to begin with, why is it that these guys did not have a press conference, or why is it that they did not test the strength of the resolution in the House? Main chambers before they attempted to remove the speaker? They had absolutely no cause. So just having a cause passed through a resolution does not give them the right to select a speaker through a cause pass. If the speaker is removed, the deputy speaker is acting as acting speaker until an election occurs. So why are we sitting here reading Rule 9 and we're jumping over Rule 10? Okay, you have the resolution passed now. What the passage of the resolution has to do with not having a new speaker. So we elected. I asked the question earlier. Are we electing? Are we identifying folks who are Speaker of the House of Representatives now through a resolution pass? This is not the process. One last question I want to ask, and maybe the audience can ponder this question. And it's in Rule 10.1. When there's a vacancy, when there's a vacancy, has there been any vacancy in the House of Representatives? And I want Lofa to answer this question. Well, Ben, 1 second, I'll let you come in. Has there been any vacancy? Tomalin, Sylvester, have there been any vacancy, as far as we know, in the House of Representatives?
Absolutely no.
There is no vacancy in the House of Representatives.
No.
So if there's no vacancy in the House of Representatives, why are we even debating Rule number 9? Why are we debating Rule 10.6? Why are we debating Article 3? What is this stuff?
Raul, quickly, Rule number 9, even Rule 9, when it says resolution of 210, the resolution is the introductory aspect of it.
Yes,
exactly.
Exactly.
To execute that.
Exactly.
The resolution is the introductory aspect.
But at the beginning, exactly, that's what we said yesterday. It's the beginning part to give due process. Now you have the 49.
Yeah, then you have a
resolution. You start a resolution.
Okay.
Let me learn, please. You
start. You've been yelling my name all day. You don't want me. Yelling my name.
Yeah, but just because I'm yelling your name all day, means you come and interrupt. Let me learn.
No, I'm just trying to get
no,
you were my attention.
I call your name because I think you've continued this. I'm not sure if it's ignorance to the law or comprehension issue. You've continued this from yesterday because again, every argument that has been made so far, you don't have to be a legal expert to know yet that every actions these guys have taken have violated not only the Constitution but their very rules. So if you sign a resolution, it's the beginning part. Now you go back to the main chambers and you give the speaker due process. Those allegations made against him, he must have his opportunity to respond to those allegations. After that, you test the strength of it. You test the strength of the vote. You vote him out. After you voted him out, then the deputy speaker becomes speaker while you go through the process in 6 days to elect a new speaker. So why are we even arguing about this stuff and how unconstitutional it is? It's an embarrassment. It's an insult to our intelligence, and it's an insult to the intelligence of our listeners, our listening audience here. Now you can go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, you can't sit on this platform and exhibit this level of ignorance when you want to discuss national issue void of including the laws or even what you would consider the Constitution. There's a reason why this rule, the very rule you just read, is in existence. It was not simply written for you to hold and run around with, okay? There's a reason why it was written. And when these things are going on, part of the reason why you sit on this platform, Robert, is not to simply sit out here and yell. Hopefully use this opportunity to learn something. This rule 9 in this rule book, it is purposely there to guide the processes, whether they may have followed it as expected or not. It is there for a reason. Okay? Don't sit here and tell me the reason why every article in the Constitution exists is because that is the guardian principle. That is what people use on a daily basis. You sit out here and again, I'm not going to sit out here and make this about you and I, Robert. It is up to you to hopefully use this. Again, like you rightfully said, it could probably be comprehension issue, or you just purposely trying to exhibit some level of ignorance here. Let me say this again.
You're muted, Ben. Question? Oh, sorry. Me? Can you guys hear me? Lofa.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, just for the sake of education, and I want you to help me as you read Rule 9, just apply it to what happened today. I don't want to see where it fit. Can you just so just draw a dichotomy of that?
Okay, so you heard me say, you heard me say clearly, right? What is their point of contention? They told you based on Rule 9. Okay,
no. Yeah. So Lofa. Forget about those guys.
No, don't tell me forget about those guys. Benjamin, the conversation you're having here is about them. The conversation you're having here is not based on your opinion. You can stay here and say all you want to say, but you must take into consideration their position statement. Are you following any of these things?
Okay. All right. Wait now. So are you agreeing with the position statement? Are you?
That is the position statement. It don't matter whether I agree with it. It is. Look, Benjamin. I am not here to.
I have a question, but I want to establish. So this now, I have a question, but I want to establish something. So you either agree with those guys' position, or you have a different position. So I can.
They told you, Benjamin. They told you that they are basing their decision on Rule 9. What does Rule 9 say? I read it here 3 times. I read it here 3 times. Okay, I read it here 3 times for you. So the process to the application of Rule 9, are they following through in detail? That's a question you should be concerned. That's what you should be asking yourself. Whether or not, first of all, here's what you miss, right? In order for you to have vacancy, right, someone must be removed. Today, in their process, they remove the speaker. I guess you may not have been here earlier when I said today they actually hit themselves in the knee. I made it clear that the decision today, okay, is where they went wrong. But you cannot sit here and say this does not exist. It is a part of their rules.
But no, they are not going about it the right way, Lofa. They are not going about it the right way.
Whether or not they are going about it the right way, this is their position. Why are you trying to ignore it?
So, Lofa, my question is, if they are not going by what is stated into their rule book, is wrong. Do you agree with that?
What are they not going by?
Oh, so if they are going about it, then that's what I'm asking you. Do you agree with what they did today? It's a yes or no. Do you agree?
I don't know. What else do you want me to say to make this clarity for you? I made it clear. I made it clear to you here, right?
Please, when Lofa finishes. Lofa, no, I want you to finish. That's why I haven't interrupted.
I made it clear that Rule 9 exists for a reason, and they're invoking this in their process to remove the speaker. They were able to solicit all of the signatures that they feel they needed. And then I believe they went through the entire process of whether they voted on the names, and they removed the speaker. Okay. So now let the Supreme Court go ahead and render their decision, because they will interpret what is going on. Okay. Not you or myself to sit out here without the understanding as to what is there.
Ben, can I come in, please? So you know, it's unfortunate, Lofa. It's really unfortunate, because there's 2 things you said, which are not true. One, you said the rules are there for them to be guided by the rules, and I'm glad that you used the word guided, right? And I'm not going to ask you the question directly. I'm going to ask you a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer that, right? Because it's rhetorical. What we have essentially been saying from day one is that rules, procedures, laws must guide our actions. We said that from the get-go, that even if we don't agree with the performance and leadership of the speaker, our disagreements with the speaker's leadership must not cloud our better judgment when it comes to whether or not the actions of the majority bloc are being guided by their own rules and procedures, and whether or not it's been backed by the Constitution of our country. And whether or not you agree with me or not, my brother, it's very glaring here that they have not been guided by the Constitution, their procedures, nor the rules. It's clear.
The good thing about this, I'm glad that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because I want the audience to listen to what we're saying here, so that they can also.
No, go ahead.
So when you say God, their processes, nothing here that has to do with the rules or the laws have guided any process yet. Because if it were, what we saw happen today would not have happened. Number one. Number two, you also said they gathered the 49 or 50, whatever number, and they removed the speaker. No, they have not. They have not removed any speaker, Lofa. And I don't think we should sit on public. They have not.
No,
To
it's
remove the
sure.
speaker, to remove the speaker, and this is the reason why we must educate. Not only you keep saying, "Oh, use this opportunity to learn something." Use this
if they have not removed the speaker, why is it that they are now telling you to have two folks?
Just because they are telling us that the reason why is because the reason why is because the reason why is because Ben, I don't want to.
Robert, just give me 1 second, please. Look, Lofa, when this lady in Arizona, Tessie Giflow, the one that got shot, there was a serious bill that the Democrats wanted to pass. She was not well. Even though she signed the resolution, you know why she had to come on the floor to vote? That's how you remove people. You can't use paper trail. Let's stop doing these things ourselves.
Okay.
You have to come and vote.
Ben, you're
let me finish, please. Let me finish, and then Lofa can come in. Let me finish. Other guys want to come in. But like I was saying, they can't remove. That's you talk about processes or rules being guided by processes, and then you mentioned remove. Whatever happened today was not guided by the processes, the laws, or the rules. And everyone, even the toddler, would agree, just by looking at this, that whatever happened today cannot be used or cannot be given any legitimacy because that action that occurred today was not guided by the laws, their processes. And we explained, you read Rule 9. Rule 9 says to remove the speaker, it must be done through a resolution passed by 2/3. That 2/3 does not automatically select a speaker. Once you have the 2/3, now listen, maybe you can learn, Lofa, because you're confused, and I understand your confusion. I understand your confusion because if you weren't confused, you would not say the speaker has been removed when they've gone through a process that basically does not reflect the rules. After they sign the resolution, they're supposed to go to the main chambers, right? Sign that resolution, okay? Put that on the floor. The speaker recuse himself and is given due process, right? If the speaker is removed and it becomes a vacancy, the deputy speaker becomes speaker pending an election to elect the new speaker. So what you saw today, when the resolution had passed, and then they hold a hand up and swear the Bible and say, "Hey, court is a speaker," does that reflect the rules? It doesn't. And so again, when you keep saying you must use this opportunity to learn, or you on the show and you're yelling, I'm sorry, but you sound incoherent, because everything that you were saying, you were reading something, either you don't understand what you're reading, or you don't understand the application and the actions of these guys. Rule 9 does not say you should pass a resolution and that resolution automatically elects a new speaker. It doesn't say that.
But
Rule 9
Robert,
does not say you can't get due process. They've done nothing to respect the rules. Are they supposed to sign a resolution in the joint chambers, or that's supposed to be done in the main chambers?
Dr. Peabody, when you're done, I need go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say so, Robert. It appears that those guys in the majority bloc, either they cannot read with comprehension.
But Lofa himself is not reading with comprehension.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Talk to those guys. Talk to Lofa right on the show.
I'm just saying the majority bloc, because apparently can't read, and unfortunately, I would say this, that some of those guys over there, they are just there because the people elected them, but they don't even understand their own rules, what they are sitting under. They are there getting paid for nothing, or half of them don't read with comprehension. You got to be able to read. Reading is one thing, and comprehension is another thing. Apparently, a lot of them over there don't do it, or they have just decided to be that rebel style of individual. That rebel style where they would just do things ruthlessly, forgetting the constitution of the country. The constitution is the only thing that the people of Liberia have. And if you can violate it like that without even focusing on, they have no regards for the constitution. And that's what we saw happen today. They knew what they did was wrong. But they just think we are in the old Liberia where you can just come in and force your way, you force to do things, and then you will just be able to go through. I think what we saw today, okay, was the most disgraceful thing to the Republic of Liberia. Other country parliaments and things, they are laughing at Liberia as one of the most stupid group of people who will sit in a place and violate the Constitution and even go there and say they are installing or putting a new speaker in power. We have a sitting speaker who have not been impeached or anything. They don't have the quorum. They don't have the number to do it, but they are sitting there and doing. I think it's the most stupid and disgraceful thing Liberia ever witnessed today. Go ahead, Ben. I mean, from that Lofa.
Yeah. So here's another fun of the whole thing. Even when the law says that if you remove the speaker, the deputy speaker takes place. It's just like a president dies in a country and the vice president says, "No, I won't be president. I won't be president." That's how Thomas Fala behaved today. Even into their own wrongdoing, when they have removed the speaker by their own way, Thomas Fala should definitely be the one.
Now the speaker was removed. The speaker was removed.
You heard what I used? I said by the own wrong method.
You said even
by the own wrong method. Even if they were following their own wrong method, Thomas Fala should have been the one there. But he said no. Certain things,
and that's why
we don't need their approval. Those are exceptions in line. We know after the president that the vice president. When the president died, we don't have to think about who would be the vice, who would be the next president. We know automatically the vice president becomes the president. When the speaker is out, we know it's going to be the deputy speaker. In this instance, these guys made mockery of themselves, even in their own wrongdoing, but not even putting Thomas Fala there. Why should we even be talking here? I rest my case.
Okay.
And quickly, before you can, even today process, right? There was no removal process today. Nobody removed any speaker.
There was.
Let's state this. There was no removal.
You cannot.
Thank you, Sylvester. Thank you.
You cannot ignore what happened today.
No.
If there was no removal process today,
there is this. Why it's not done legally? It's not done at all.
Why did the minority bloc? Why did they run to the Supreme Court?
No, but they just understand that. That's the procedure.
So they ran to the Supreme Court because they simply wanted to do what?
What's our law? The system of our law is such that if you believe something is not right, but they didn't remove a speaker, you'll see the Supreme. Listen, this process the speaker and his team did today is to pray the entire Supreme Court bench, not only the justice in chambers. You're going to see what they're going to say, right? Yes, what they're going to do. We're going to leave that with them. But again, look at what happened today. You don't see anybody taking an oath and hit off their left hand. Whenever this sport is Togar, I want Togar to the never put it left hand. All the time. You hold about it.
Pewee, here's the thing.
Nothing was done today.
This is what is again. That's part of the reason why.
Because the presiding officer would say, "Raise the right hand."
What we saw today, what we witnessed today, okay? Like you often say here, Pewee, you and other people often say this here. This is a test of time for our legal system, right? This is where you get to find out as to whether the judiciary system works in the country. Because at the end of the day, now that it is taken to the Supreme Court, we will find out whether their decision was right or they followed the process that they should have followed in the first place. But you cannot ignore what took place today. It took place. It is a reality. Okay? And that's the reason why you came on here today. Pewee, you very self said there are two speakers. You acknowledge. All right? Come on, Pewee.
I'm sorry, like he said that.
Come on, Pewee. You came on, you said the fact that we will even have people saying there are two speakers, and you acknowledge the fact that
No, you just say we will have people saying. You will have people saying that is bad for the democracy.
And you acknowledge we will not go back. Okay, Pewee.
Can you rewind it?
Right?
No,
we will be right back.
I come on, Lofa. I said the fact that people will even come out to have the tenacity or the effortry to say we have another speaker. That's the push to our democracy and the way they went about today. You don't remove a speaker the way you did. You remove a speaker by actual last year by vote. That's a resolution.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me jump in quick, yeah. But on a serious note, I will commend two persons today, Senator McGill and former CPP Vice Senator Barrows, Councilor Charlene Bromstein. That's how you do it in the country. People violated the Constitution today. You immediately come and you react, and this is why I'm saying other political leaders should not just sit down. And besides that, too, I go to the Senate. I haven't heard from Amara Conner today, Edwin Snow today, Bill Tuawe today, Darius Dillon, Yomri Kanga, Abochie, Emmanuel Nukwe, Senator Jallah, and other senators who know it. They know that what is happening is wrong, but it's silent no. And I saw Snow writing on a post, they different. They said, no, you don't write down not for that kind of stuff. Okay, they call you the body of elders, but at the same time too, what's happening today in the House could also happen in the Senate too. Don't forget, that was just what it says. You have three separate but coordinated branches of government. Okay, there's nothing you can do with all the House. The Senate passed, I think, 3 bills yesterday. The seafood bill and other stuff yesterday, but they need concurrence from the House before it goes to the president's desk. And now I'm hearing some senators say, "Oh no, we're not going to accept anything from that House until they are together." That's why it's important the Supreme Court should interpret the law. It should not how to call them Yami Gbese or Chief Justice Yuo or Justice Johnson, Justice Kabah. I know who the fifth person. They should who the fifth person. You muted.
James Edward
Wodokoli. If 5 of them, I will say again, mark this date, November 21st. The fate of Liberia now lies in the hands of these 5 people. Justice Yami Gbese, the Chief Justice Yuo, Justice Yami Gbese, Justice CNN Johnson, Justice Kabah. They have to now interpret the Constitution with all fear of favor. Because whatever they say is the final. If they come out tomorrow and say, well, you guys have the right to remove the speaker, but you got to do it through the right process, go to your chambers and do a due process, a voting due process, they have to do it. If they come up with a vote and say, that's why you should do it, and they refuse to do it, that people should not let them get away with it. When Supreme Court ruled, and next week or whatever the case, when they're going to rule, when they rule, and they say that just go back to chambers and do it the right way. If people maintain that it will keep the RLJ, that people should take to go after them, to run them out of that place. It's too much because if they sit down there, they people brave. They're brave. Because back in the days, they won't have to even be riding their cars going up and down, bullshitting around, and like the honorables. On a serious note, and they're costing the country money. They're getting paid. But the budget is look at the budget right now. Look at the budget. The 5 elected officials get 10.6% of the 10.6 million out of the budget. Today, the MCC released the scorecard. Liberia passed, but we will drop. Last year, Liberia passed 14 indicators. Today, this year, we passed only 11. That's not good for us. And we think we'll get a 500 million and next year. We're joking.
So let me also say this. I think we need to have a separate show for that as well, because the scorecard was a big campaign stunt by the ruling party, and we need to get a But I just want to reiterate this, right? To everyone listening today, if you're Liberian and you truly believe in the rule of law, and you love that country, Liberia, and you understand not just in government, just in your own little job, your organization. You understand the importance of structure. You understand the importance of systems, procedures, rules, and order. These things are there so that each of us, our actions are guarded by these rules. There's a reason why in the biggest corporations you have human resource, right? And the general manager or the CEO is not exempted by human resource, because each of us need to be checked every now and then, right? We're human beings. But I want you to listen to this, Don't listen to what all this yama yama stuff Lofa talking about. Don't listen to that, right? I want you to listen to this. Everything that has happened so far has been unconstitutional. You remember when these guys said that they suspended lawmakers? You should ask them, were those lawmakers that were suspended, were they given due process? Are there any rules in the House of Representatives that says because you have the numbers, you can go ahead and just fire folks without giving them due process? No. Only in a lawless country that people can take actions against others without giving them, even criminals, even people who are alleged of a crime, have that day in court. There's a reason why people, they say innocent until proven guilty. Even if you have all of the evidences, you've got to go to court and make your case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a reason why we believe in these democratic practices. There's a reason why. And so Sen Lofa jumped over rule, he read rule 9, but he jumped over rule 10 and 10.1. Let me read rule 10. And this also, yeah, well, I won't read rule 10, and then the neo-progressive can check me if I'm wrong. This also will shut down all of his questions about, these rules should be guarded. Here is what rule 10 says. Rule 10 states and grants exclusive. The word exclusive is not used or was not inserted in there lightly. Grants exclusive powers to the presiding officer to call and preside over sessions. That power is not given to no other person in the House of Representatives but the Speaker, unless the speakership is vacant. And so if the power to call and preside over session in the same rules is given to the Speaker, then what makes the section that they had today to sign a resolution legitimate? What makes that section even constitutional? This is the reason why the Supreme Court said you have to go back. When they had that conference call, Sylvester, this is why the Supreme Court said you have to go back and ensure due process. They didn't give their opinion on this matter, but they were very clear. They said, go back. Have you given due process? They said, no, we haven't started due process yet.
And real quickly, and this is what they're going to do again. Now, here's what they're going to do. I will predict they're going to tell them the fact that it was not good. They're going to tell them, y'all go and fix it.
Okay, so this takes us back to the point you made yesterday when I told you that it was said they did nothing of such to even attempt to remove the Speaker. You said it was a lie yesterday. Now you're coming here to say yes, they were sent back to follow the process again. It was clearly stated, and I reiterate, these guys are saying their decision here was based on Rule 9. How is it that you want to sit here and disregard their position, but then you want to say, okay, because you want to follow the rule of law? You cannot interpret. That's why the Supreme Court is now going to have to play her role. That's simple. It's very simple. After they have ruled, after whatever judgment have been made, we will come right back here and then accept the reality.
But this is what we've continually been saying, that until the Speaker is given due process means you don't have a joint chambers. Due process means you don't have two blocks. Due process means you get your 49 and you go into the main chambers, right? You go into the main chambers where official, legitimate sessions are conducted under the umbrella of the presiding officer, who is the Speaker. And you present your case, you present your resolution, and it has got to be done transparently. Today, they said 50 persons signed the resolution. We don't even know the names of those 50 persons who signed the resolution. This whole process does not only lack constitution. It's not only unconstitutional, it lacks transparency. For all we know, who are we? We don't even know if they have 50 persons. I asked the question today, what if tomorrow's one person just died on our way home tonight? Are we supposed to know that names are on the list or not? So again, this whole process from day one, the reason why the Supreme Court said go back and show due process is because due process is a part of the process, the constitutional process to removing a speaker. Kofa said, you have your 49, you come back to the main chambers, I will recuse myself. The deputy speaker takes over, now he's compromised, he takes over, and we open the process to the Liberian people. I need my day in court. I need my day to respond to these allegations that you've made against me. And whatever may, you have the 49, test the strength of that, right? But this is the process. You don't do what they did today, and we sit on public radio.
That was his
listening to us, and we attempt to cherry pick what law or what rule buttress our point. This is wrong.
This is not the issue of cherry picking, Robert. This is not the issue of
an embarrassment to our country.
Every
law abiding Liberian citizens should be embarrassed about these guys' actions. Every law abiding Liberian citizens should be embarrassed. The president of Liberia should be embarrassed. He's an embarrassment to our country. He has never been ready for prime time, and it's shown in the very first year of his presidency. We have a disjoint government. Everyone is running with the chickens without no head. And you know what? Let me tell you this, and I will stop so the other guys can come in.
But Robert,
this will go down in history. This will go down in history as one of the most. Let me tell you, Joseph Boakai is a very unserious president, and it's embarrassing that we have great men and women around this world as Liberians. We are settling for this embarrassment at the executive mansion, at the legislative level, and at the judicial level. It's an embarrassment to our country.
But Robert, President Boakai cannot even perform 10% of what President Weah did. And we are seeing it. You have a law and order breakdown in your country. You in Sierra Leone visiting your old school you went to. The president should cut, your old village you were in, or the place you stay. People say he's from Sierra Leone. He went to the old place he said he lived when he was young, or place that he grew up in, or whatever. You should cut, a serious-minded president will cut his visit short and go back home, because there is a serious crisis going on in your country at the legislature. He did not. I said this before. President Boakai may have a heart for Liberia, but he's just too damn old to lead the country. He's left out of everything. He left out a lot of things. He doesn't know what exists within his country. People are doing all kinds of stuff, giving him all kinds of advice. He just let them go ahead and do this thing. The president just cannot, because all the lies people were saying around here, 40, 50 year experience in government, he has become a disgrace to the people who put the integrity of the line for him. Because what we're seeing around here is not a president who have that country at heart. It's not that president who want to do, and look at the roads. You ever said in 11 months, $22 million missing from road? What have the president done? He has not even fired Giddings that should not be at Ministry of Public Works. We saw the rigmarole that took place at the Ministry of Public Works. Nothing he have done. He just riding and enjoying his retirement and plunging the country in, because you as a president of the country, you have not even spoken to your own country. What is going on, my Liberian people? So the Liberian people elected you to be another Mumu, okay? Another Vlad Mumu. He doesn't say anything. He have not signed out with the press. So let me have a press conference today. Let a journalist come ask me a question about my country. He have done nothing, but all the last few years, who you were putting him up on President Weah. Oh, he gone. Oh, he left the country, gone for the 3 days. But yes, a crisis in your country, and you knew what was happening. You took, let's say, you ran to Sierra Leone for 5 days. You've done nothing to change anything. The life of the Liberian people have not even changed. That you're going to have the road paved in 6 months. They came out with this big word called soul sourcing. They needed the money so fast because they were soul sourcing or soul messing or what, soul fly and stuff like that, so they can fix the road, because you need the presidential project need to be done very fast. Nothing has happened. Do you think this guy have Liberia at heart? And see what's going on. Those people are so disgraceful. I mean, what happened today in the house? Either the guy cannot read, and I pity them, because a lot of them, they knew better. It was somebody who could sit and deduce and rather know, take the time to read, but they want to come with a rebel style or just forcing their way into it. We don't care what happened. They will mess up everything. That's why sit in the back of the mind. Lawmakers who should be sitting down, ensuring that this country is together, ensuring that the Liberian people are getting what they need. nothing they are doing. They sit there and got this rebel mentality. How do you expect a young Liberian to look to you for guidance? How do you expect the young children in University of Liberia in high school to look to you for guidance? How do you expect the children in your village to look to you for guidance? And you sitting there acting more like the Zogos of Liberia, because that behavior there was a complete Zogo behavior, violating the Constitution. We're not in a world again where anybody can go there and just violate the Constitution. Liberia have had a democratic election, peaceful president. You're calling him all kind of name. He said, you know what? I will turn it over to you. Now that they turn it over to this old man, what is he doing?
Yes, I think.
So let me say something. Let me just come in. You know, so I think one thing we keep missing, like these platforms are supposed to, especially the ones that are well structured. So they are supposed to be there to educate people about the right things that is there to be done. We can all have our opinion as to what we think is going to happen, but when we are expressing our opinion, like you should state it out. And when you are saying the right thing that has to be done, that is to say, the Constitution, you should spell that out. There's a reason why when you open the New York Times or any of the top newspapers, there's a reason why they will tell you what you are reading is an opinion and what you're reading is news. So there are certain things here when we come on to say, if it is news, let's address it as a news. I see some people will be saying that, oh, we know there were man. Oh, he will go. He will go. Okay. Like, how is it going? Why is it going? Oh, because it happened before. Man, that Liberia man, it wouldn't happen. So the child who was not educated about these things, listening to you, who was supposed to be the educator, that child would say, oh, you know what? That Brabito was it, the man will go. No. Be able to tell the child that what these guys are doing is wrong, and here is the right way how it needs to be done. However, there's a possibility that because people do not respect the laws in Liberia, they might do it this way. So the child, so you see, you are telling this child or this person two different things for them to pound upon and understand that one is the way how you feel, and one is the right thing that is there to be done. I think that is the that what these platforms should actually be preaching, and not us just spilling everything out there. Thank you.
Yes, and more or less, I think we need to highlight what one of our followers saying here, and I struck this point this morning also. To come out and say you have, and it's part of the reason why we're going back to the rules, Rule 9 or whatsoever. So the resolutions you're talking about here, you say you have 50 persons on the list, on the resolution. And the resolution process is the beginning of removing the speaker. Now, if you were to push the resolution on the basis of the rules and the constitution of our country, 41 persons cannot vote to remove the speaker. 41 cannot. If you have, that's 50 on the list on your resolutions, you have to now move to take a vote. To remove a speaker, you have to take a vote. And there's no yea-nay process here. It either be head count or you conduct a vote as the present members. If you have the present, and those present individuals, but you have to have the quorum in consultation in line with that in conformity of Article 33 of our Constitution. And if you got the quorum, that quorum is going to be beyond the regular quorum process we talk about, because they're talking about the removal of a speaker. If it is about the removal of a speaker, we will not basically have to push towards that process. So it's very critical here. What do we have to do is to, no, listen, if you cannot push it into finality, disengage the process about removing the speaker and force ahead. Because what you have now to do is to ensure, even if the speaker to maintain 25 persons, you cannot get him out. 25. And the speaker got him 30. 25. He just needs 25 in his block, consistent 25. You can remove him. There's nothing called resolution that you're going to commit to remove the speaker. I think that is counterproductive. What we have to engage now is the process of ensuring to do the right thing. And to do the right thing is to go to live by the rule of law. But what they did today, that tendency of blatantly trying to undermine or subvert the democratic process It is disgraceful. I mean, they brought more stigma to themselves than folks want to believe. So I think we should just continue this process. They have to engage the process and engage the process legally in terms of just going and doing the wrong thing. This is a terrible situation they made today. It's a mess. It's a disgrace to them, and they will have to go back and rethink the process as to how they want to go ahead and do it. Now, the Supreme Court is going to move in the next couple of days or maybe a week. I don't know when. They're going to court. That's why the court is going to say, go back and fix it. Now, what the court going to avoid aspect, the tendency, I mean, the precedent that have been set in past speaker battle, the national battle vis-a-vis, is that go and fix your problem. They're not going to instruct them to go about how to remove a leader, but they're going to tell them, say, this process or not, don't go and fix it. And to fix it, you have to do the right thing. Now, you have a speaker that is not adamant to the process of ensuring that he adheres to the tenets of the rule of law. If it is going to be a core approach to this process, I thought we got a long haul. And in the process of doing it may harm the democracy, and maybe something will just erupt that may be very, very much dangerous towards our country democracy. So it is time that we call on those people, our friends and whoever, go back to the line, stop the bluff around here, stop the filibustering process you got engaged with, engage the process in a more democratic process. You have to be clinical. Be more or less very clinical in this process. If you want to do it, engage that process and get the thing done and do it the right way. Other than that, shame on all of you guys.
So Pewee, quick question for you.
Yeah.
If the Supreme Court was to come back and say, guys, go back and follow the actual process, does that actually acknowledge the fact that the speaker was either removed today or attempted? You want to see it as attempting, right? You want to say they attempted to remove the speaker today, but he wasn't removed. But yet and still, we're saying it as you still have two persons who are acting as speaker. How can you actually say you have one position, but you have two persons filling the same position?
Yes, to tell you go back, meaning what you did was not done right.
Right.
It was not done right for this. So they tell you go back and do it right.
And follow the process
follow the appropriate and legal process. That's the core of the issue. Go and do the right thing. So they send it. If they say you did an assignment, your teacher tell you say send it back to you. What does that mean? The assignment was not it's send it back to you. So the Supreme Court tell you to go back, meaning you didn't do it right. You procedurally.
Can I make a point of correction, please, for our listening audience's sake?
Yeah, go ahead.
There is no such thing, and again, because people are listening to us, there is no such thing as right now in the Republic of Liberia where there's two acting speaker.
No, there's not one.
There's one speaker, and that speaker is for Nati Kofat. That's it.
Actually,
there's one speaker.
There's only one speaker we have. One and only one speaker. Now there was an attempt, there was a coup d'etat today. Well,
if the coup worked, if it worked, then at this point you can say that Fonati is not your speaker anymore.
It will never work.
But the coup didn't work.
It will never work.
Well, you know who? You know at what point you will make that determination. You know at what point you will make that determination.
No.
After we have heard from the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court cannot interpret. The Supreme Court cannot interpret the law. The Supreme Court cannot say. And this is again. This is where we always get.
This is Ben.
The Supreme Court cannot give a verdict that contradicts the law. They can't say what they did today is legal when we all know it's not legal. I'm not a legal expert.
What you saying is fact. Supreme opinions. What you saying is fact.
That's what I'm saying. But they can't. The opinion has to be guided by the law. That's what it is. And so, if the law is violated, I don't expect or anticipate anything that comes from the Supreme Court that contradicts that.
See, I'm glad that you said you don't expect that because, again, like I said, we are not legal practitioners, but those who are close with the authority to do just that. If that comes up and they say, okay, this is their verdict, why the truth that you may want to say that they cannot render any such verdict, then what becomes of this entire back and forth or push and pull that you have going on here?
Then we are entangled into a constitutional crisis. But here's what I know.
Right.
Here's what I know, and here's what I would say. And the Supreme Court of Liberia is listening right now. Again, the Supreme Court is a Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a representation of the law and the Constitution. Any interpretation that comes from the Supreme Court must be backed by the law and not just my opinion. And so again, when I say I don't expect them to render an opinion that is contrary to the law, I'm saying that because the Supreme Court or any legal room for that matter, they don't give their opinions. All their opinions are backed by the law. They are there to look at the law. You and I can give our opinion. I think this person is bad. I think this person, even if I thought Ben was bad or greedy or ugly, none of that has anything to do with the fact that.
Who's Ben talking about?
I know. Robert, can you agree with the reason why my argument here is every time we address this, I mention either an article in the Constitution or one of the rules. Now you're telling me the Supreme Court cannot render any verdict or decision if they are not following and their decision is guarded by the law. So
if they render a decision, there has to be a quotation from the law that back that decision. That's what I'm saying. So they will say, hey, we give this verdict. We give this, Mr. Chairman. I know you're blooded. Let me just lay on this one thing.
No. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you.
So if they say, hey, here is our decision, that decision cannot just be an opinion. They have to give the public a legal reason, or they have to quote something within the Constitution that backs that. That's what I'm saying. And what I expect,
okay, so
right?
what was your, okay, so what again? Initially, you were frowning at the fact that I was mentioning a rule from the legislative rule book, and you said, okay, we shouldn't have to do that. That was your initial point of contention.
So let me interrupt. Let me help a little bit. And sorry for being so late.
No, Ben, who are you helping? Please be very clear. You're not helping me.
No. I'm helping the population. I'm not. Y'all do your thing. But let me say this. First of all, point of correction: the Supreme Court, whatever they do in this matter, they will be rendering an opinion, right? They are going to be rendering an opinion. That's what really their decisions are labeled as.
But what is it backed by? You can't just say
no,
but don't just say an opinion. Don't say that.
Well, opinion backed by law.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying.
That's what I'm about to say.
But
you're not saying that. You said it 3 times.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know what I'm about to say?
No. If you wanted to say that, you would have said that. You try to find a latitude to.
But I was speaking. Guys, I was speaking. I didn't finish my thought.
Anyway, you got time to back that. Go ahead anyway.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. So, like I said, they will be rendering an opinion backed by law. They also, one of the things is that you have to also follow the way the Supreme Court operate. They also have precedent, right? There are already opinions that the Supreme Court has rendered when it comes to the issue of speakers removal in Liberia. Mm-hmm. It is almost impossible. Almost, and I use the word almost because there's always a 0.01% chance of something to happen, right? It is almost impossible for them to go back and contradict their previous opinion, no matter what the bench, no matter the composition of the bench, because they go back in history and they look at their previous opinions.
Chairman Ben, let me ask a question quickly. Help me there. What was the Supreme Court decision in the Tyler's and the Snow case?
Go back and fix the problem.
They were very clear that they both deserve due process.
Okay.
They were very clear about that.
Yeah.
In those 2 cases, it was just that those who took the complaint decided to exercise. The only difference between Tyler and Snow and Kofa is saying that he's not exercising his right to resign.
That's
simple.
Yeah.
But Tyler and Snow, in fact, in the Tyler case, to show the way the Supreme Court even protested that their opinion were not being respected, when President Sirleaf went to the Unity Conference Center to deliver her State of the Nation address, the Supreme Court boycotted her State of the Nation address because, according to the ruling they came up with, was that the sitting at the Unity Conference Center was illegal. So they did not want to go there.
Justice at that time.
Huh?
Johnny Lewis.
That was Snow case.
It was Johnny Lewis.
Oh, really? Oh,
It was a Johnny Lewis bench.
No,
Yes.
no, sorry. Johnny Tyler case, Tyler versus Nukwe case, but not Johnny Lewis.
It was who?
Popo. It was Popo.
Popo. Yes,
it was Popo. But Edison Snow was Johnny Lewis.
Edison was Johnny Lewis. So let me I just want to say this. What happened today? Right? You know, yesterday, Kofa was on the ropes. I can say that. Yesterday, there was a lot of political pressure on Kofa. He was on the ropes. More than likely, you know, there was a lot of conversation going on. But what these guys did today, they gave Kofa a new lease. They gave Kofa a new lease on life. Because let me tell you what is about to happen. There is a combination now of political and legal pressure that is about to happen in the country. One of the things that, and I know people don't like to talk about this, but one of the things that lead to instability in countries is when the population or a portion of the population believes that they don't have any recourse at the law. When they believe that they can't exercise their right as citizens to go to the Supreme Court or to go or in the judiciary, right, to be able to get recourse for whatever the actions are, then they take extra constitutional means. What you find, what is about to happen, because the precedent that was set today by these renegades, right, they're also saying, guess what could happen tomorrow? And remember, it happened in Kenya, Pewee. You're a student of history. You know that. What could happen tomorrow? CDC could declare President Boyka, the president said, vacant. They can say,
absolutely.
They can say that majority of Liberians, as of today, have lost confidence in the presidency of Joe Boyka.
Absolutely.
And guess what? That means the presidency is vacant.
Yep.
Seditionists can go to the SKD's post complex, or they can gather anywhere and swear George Weah in as president of Liberia.
That's right.
You saw it happen in Kenya, Pewee, when Raila Odinga got sworn in as the people's president, while Uhuru Kenyatta was the president of Kenya. And you know what happened in Kenya. So, like all of you have said, and it's something you guys have said that is absolutely true, the stability and the forward movement of the country now rests again on the shoulders of the Supreme Court. I remember in 2017, when Liberty Party took the case to court for the election, one of the pressure that was on the Supreme Court was that there was this thing that was put out there that the political elite wanted to take the election by force from Weah. So, but with Liberty Party, with us going to the court, it was a way to try to hide under the law, to say that we will do a rerun of the election. And so there was this pressure that was going on, saying that the peace of the country is on the shoulders of the Supreme Court. And you also got to be cognizant of the fact, again, like I said, the Supreme Court will go back to her previous rulings and say, because at the end of the day, can you imagine what was done today, guys? 41 human beings sat in a meeting. And Richard Kuhn, with himself looking like one, I don't know how, I mean, I couldn't even understand. Looking at Richard Kuhn, standing up saying he's getting sworn in. Saying he's getting sworn in as speaker. And then you have Liberians. There are some Liberians who should know better. Passing around talking about there are 2 speakers in the country. We have a problem in our country. But again, it's the Liberia that we have.
The man don't even know his left and right hand.
We look forward to what because I believe the Supreme Court, is going to do what is right. After the Supreme Court render its opinion, then the political pressure will start. Again, like I said, I think Konati Kofa got a new lease on life today. They overplayed the hand. If you notice, even Pewee said yesterday, even Pewee, when he called, what did Pewee say yesterday? Pewee said, for the interest of the country, Kofa should just resign. What is Pewee saying today? You know why is Pewee saying what he's saying today? Because what they did today,
of course,
is packed on the Constitution today.
Oh yeah, no, you can't do that. Man.
No sound Liberian will embrace the foolishness that happened today, because guess what? Tomorrow, 41 people, and I'm sending this caveat, and I will end on this note. I'm sending this caveat to President Joe Boyka.
You will be sitting down in the executive mansion with your eye closed when an impeachment bill will rise up on you, and you will be declared unconstitutional, and that country will be plunged into such instability that people will not be able to understand what is going on. So this thing about, oh, I don't want to interfere, you are the head of state. The Constitution gave our government is a triangular form government. We have 3 branches. On the top is the head of state. Talking to both sides in this thing is not interference, it's coordination. That would be my advice to the president. The country is teetering and bordering on the line of instability, and we need to arrest it.
But before the other person come in, Tense, I just want to get this point of correction. You talk about the Constitution, Article 49 talked about coordinated branches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Separate, equal, but coordinate.
Exactly. So they did not insert that just for play.
Exactly.
Right. And so this is where you need leadership. This is where you need president leadership. But we all know the president is not ready for prime time. Also, Ben, you said no sane Liberian will support this. Guess what? The president is already supporting this by his action of his budget submission yet, right? So he's
but that was before maybe, because you know what? Let me tell you something. What I think the Unity Party Joe Boga people did, they were smart to a certain extent, right? Right? They said they addressed it to presiding officer. They didn't put Kofani on it, they didn't put Falani on it. Oh. So they can come back to, because let me tell you something, these guys, I'm already talking to folks in the executive mansion, and they're telling me that these guys, what the guys did today, right? What they're telling me, what the guys did today, they embarrassed them. It pretty much put them on the defense. So like you say, Robert, I agree with you on one point. If the president continues to do business with these guys, right? Like our foolishness that we're talking to this.
Ben, let me ask, Ben, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you on this point. Yesterday, I made the same point you just made. I made this point yesterday. And
no, that's not what you made. That was not the point you made.
I said the letter was addressed to the presiding. That's when I actually
I referenced it not to say that it was right.
No, I was never saying you said.
Yeah, I referenced it to say that they did it.
Right, Ben.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday, the argument was you said the fact that
my man, don't mind Jallah, man. When Jallah get the scars that I have on my back from Liberia, you get
here's the thing, but in all honesty, yesterday, when I mentioned the fact that the letter was actually addressed to the presiding, you actually came in, you said, but in this case, okay, the presiding will be the speaker. And I said, that's why the president in his wisdom, if you can recall, I said the president in his wisdom thought not to address it specifically to anybody by name.
No, I agree. That was your point.
Exactly.
That was your point. What I'm saying, though, is Lofa, we're saying 2 different things. I brought that up to tell you, right? That not to say that it was right what they did. I brought it up to say that they probably can use that. I don't know if that's what they're going to do.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying what was done was right the way it was addressed, because I guess in previous time the name of the speaker had been mentioned.
Yeah.
But your concern yesterday, or the general concern was the president is in support of this. And I said from day one up until today's date that both sides, I have no sympathy for both sides because they're not working in the interest. But here's my point, though. If you're going to make this argument, then you should also take into consideration the legal or political aspect of it. The political part here is the fact that they were very crafty in having to address the letter without having to mention anybody.
That was prior to what happened today. Because let me tell you what happened today, Lofa. We pivoted from the political today to legal now.
You can make that point that all along, when we had this conversation, I told you this entire process is political.
Oh, nobody will disagree with that.
Until we can get to that legal part of it. And this is where, yesterday, I even told you, I argued that until this.
Lofa,
Let me come in, guys. Let me come in.
Illegal. Go ahead, Robert.
Let me come in. So I just want to just shut down this whole thing about the UP boards were smart to, address it to the presiding officer without a name. That's not smart. That's dumb. Because the Constitution says every 6 years, the House of Representatives shall gather to elect a presiding officer. So whether or not you write a Fanati Kofa name on it, indirectly, the presiding officer is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. True. That's one. Two, it's not smart because in the past, the 2024 budget that was presented was not written indirectly and just turned over to someone on email. It was physically presented to the presiding officer, who is Fanati Kofa. The small thing that they would have done because again, action speaks louder than word, Ben. This president has been muted on this matter. When we have encouraged the president to speak up and lead, he has been muted. His action now we have to look at his action and say, wait a minute, what side is he on? And the fact that the speaker is not out of the country, the speaker is not ill, he's well. He goes to on Capitol Hill, he's in his office. The fact that they did not go and physically present the budget to him as has been done is traditional. It's normal. The fact that they did not do that is indicative to their side and their action. So it was dumb. Anyone who says it's smart, I don't agree that it's smart.
Let me tell you where I was coming from. When I spoke with this person today in the presidency, the president said to me, in fact, but Ben, we didn't give the budget to the majority black. We didn't give the budget to them. We put on the presiding officer and we gave it to the deputy chief clerk.
But there's no wrong, Ben. Why giving the deputy chief clerk when the speaker is available?
Let me finish.
It's more than dumb.
But no, I'm not. But you see, you're messing the point. I'm not saying. You're messing the point. I am not saying. I am channeling what I was told. I'm not agreeing with what I was told.
Okay.
I want y'all to be clear on that.
Okay.
I believe yesterday I was here castigating it. So I'm not saying what they did was smart. All I said was because when I reached out today, I said, oh, my man, y'all got him poo on your roll. Because 24 hours ago, it looked like we were on the ropes, right? Those are all who on the rule of law side, who supporting the constitutional project, like we were on the ropes, right? It looked like the political side. But then the guy said to me, he said, no, but Ben, we didn't get that into follow them. We carry it to the chief clerk office. The deputy chief clerk accepted it and carried it to them, right? The other issue is, then I said, but it thing said presiding officer, and the presiding officer is the speaker. Then he mentioned to me, he said, but the presiding officer thing we wrote, at this point, the good news is that we can make a pivot if the Supreme Court come out. We can make a pivot and make the argument and say the presiding officer that the speaker. So I'm just saying the mindset of because you know what's happening right now? They too did not expect this to happen today. I think what happened today, what Fala was the one, maybe Fala was the one that shoved them down the cliff. Because Fala should have been appointed the acting speaker and he has 60 days to hold the election. But Fala, in his maybe Fala was afraid because if for Fala to run for speaker, it means you got to resign as deputy speaker to run for speaker. And Fala wasn't attempting to take that risk. So they went and just did that foolishness. They went and they said, they went. If you notice, when they even called for them to vote, they said no. They said, let's just go and do it by resolution, by ballot. Nobody does that. That's not how it's done.
Ben, I'm sorry. What did you say earlier? Did you just say that their statement or their justification for the action was that they were following the resolution, which is based on the rule? When you mentioned earlier, they said, no, let's just go and do it based on resolution.
Yeah, they said they will go ahead and elect a speaker on white ballot.
Thank you, okay.
No, but resolution is not a law.
It's not
a law.
What do you mean? Ben, don't misquote me. I never said the resolution is law. I'm telling you, I said what was stated as their justification.
Yeah, but the justification is wrong.
Ben, it was wrong. It was wrong.
But nobody, Ben, it gave you.
But we want you to say it's wrong. That's the problem.
Do you not believe that justification is wrong?
That's what I'm saying. You're not saying it.
Ben,
no, you don't believe that justification is wrong?
Hold on one second. Unless you don't want to accept the reality here, from the chat room here and everywhere else, I've always said I am not in agreement with anything they are doing from day one. It
Okay,
is not
so
right.
the justification was
I'm
wrong.
not saying, I'm saying that I disagree with their action, but if you look at what they're doing, in my point here, I made it clear to you, regardless of whether you may want to or disregard the political aspect of this thing, and you just made my point from yesterday when you said the decision to not state the speaker's name. Now they can actually reverse.
No, I didn't make your point. I was telling you what the person from the mansion
okay,
said.
so
it was not my point.
So the person was now the person was not actually stating specifically what I said yesterday, and you always say no, it can't be done. Now they are actually telling
but
you
it can't be done because what is not done right is not done at all.
Okay.
But what is not done right is not done at all.
Ben, let me just say something quick. Lofa, Ben, the reason why even not using the speaker name or using the speaker name is so dumb, because they already have a paper trail where they wrote the speaker already.
They wrote the speaker before.
Asking for. They wrote the speaker before. So that paper trail, there is no way you can undo that paper trail where you already acknowledge the speaker to say, I will not be able to present the budget on the 8th. So for any reason, if you're going to do anything again, you have to come back to that same person you wrote. Instead, no, they left the speaker and wrote the presiding officer. Like, these people are so funny. I mean, come on, this doesn't make no sense. And Lofa, when you're on the public, forum, we don't know what you guys talk behind the scene. So we don't know. We are only looking at the things you are saying.
If you have been following, you were here yesterday. Ben, you were here yesterday.
I can't get it. But they do mention
be there for the conversation yesterday. All right, and I made the same point. And before even Pewee called, the same thing was stated. Why are you acting disoriented? Did you not get that point?
Yes.
Come on, Ben. I made the same point. At the end of the day, like I said, at the end of the day, we will go right back. The fact that Ben and others are now reversing the same statement that was made yesterday, we will be right back here again. We'll have this conversation.
So let me say,
I can tell you at the end of the day.
I have the ruling here.
Day.
I have the ruling here with the Edwin Snow case. The Supreme Court sided with Edwin Snow. It was clear they sided with Edwin Snow.
Then we will wait.
It was Edwin Snow who even decided to resign.
No. Let me get it straight. The Supreme Court said they started on ground that he was where they went, because the Supreme Court said it's in the same city.
Yes, it was illegal to have.
They went Virginia, right? Went to Africa.
It
was wrong for them to go. But what they didn't do, they were, the ruling, and the same ruling came time. Mm-hmm. But they agreed that the setting where Snow was sitting, it was the rifle sitting.
And Snow and Pewee information. Snow was sitting in Monrovia.
Yes,
Monrovia at the Centennial Pavilion.
Yes,
in Monrovia, because the Capitol building was being renovated.
Yes,
so that was the reason why they were not in the Capitol building, right? Yes. So Snow was in Monrovia, and then they went to the Unity Conference Center. But according to them, they said they passed resolution to make the city of Virginia or the township of Virginia into a city for them to sit. That's what they were saying. That's how come Ellen went to go and address them for the State of the Nation address.
Yeah,
and some people slap on it. Let me say this. 1 second. There have been a lot of illegal things that happen on the Ellen and the We Are government.
Of course.
But the way how things have changed, Liberians have improved over time.
I agree with you 100%.
If you brought Ellen now, the things she did, she will not.
Some of the things she will not fly. Some of the things will not fly. That's true.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Some of the things.
Let me say this. Let me say this. I said yesterday, and I will reiterate what I said yesterday. I'm glad this is happening because we get to separate decent human beings and law-abiding citizens and men and women of integrity from belly-driven, greedy politicians. We get to separate. We get to separate smart people, intelligent people from people who are just. They may have degrees, but they probably lack the kind of foundation to comprehend. We get to see the true colors of people, and we get to separate honorables from people who are impersonating as honorables. We get to see people's true color, and I've said I don't care for Kofa, but I will meet Kofa one day, and I'll make it my business to meet Kofa and shake his hand and say, "My friend, you fought a good fight," because I think this is a good fight. I'm glad that he has stood the challenge of time. And I'm not worried about the Supreme Court because, again, the Supreme Court opinions must always be guided by the law and the Constitution. That's why they are there. They are not like you and I. We can give our opinions. We can our argument can be led by sentiments. We don't like this person or that person, but they are there to speak by the law and the Constitution. And so, knowing that everything these guys have done, every single thing from the beginning part to where we find ourselves from, so know that they have been wrong. To know that none of the actions have been guided by the laws, the rules, the procedures. It's clear that the Supreme Court cannot render any opinion that contradicts the law. And so I'm glad this is happening. But I want to say this to Liberian people that are listening tonight. This is no joking business here. This is no joking business here. We went through a long civil crisis. And when you see people in position of authority abuse, and they are brave to publicly abuse and challenge the authority that they were legally given. None of these guys were selected. None of these guys they went through the process to get elected. They were accredited by an institution recognized by the Supreme Court and our law in our country. They went through all of the processes to get elected. And these are lawmakers. These guys are supposed to be an exemplar of our laws. That means their actions, the way they conduct themselves, that the deportment should reflect the law. To see that they are brave to do what they're doing today should wake you up. These people have no fear for your power. And you have the most powerful, you have the biggest power in the country. You can decide who is president. You can decide who is not president. You can decide who is lawmaker. You can decide who is not lawmaker. You have that power. They are playing with your intelligence because they know that they can do this and get away with it. You have got to prove them wrong. Because this right here, my friend, like Ben said, it's not a threat. So when Jallah said Ben cannot threaten the president, this has the propensity to create chaos in our country. This has the propensity because when people feel like their rights are being violated,
why you didn't let to the war?
They can act. They can act. This is what happens.
People were
prosecuted. And there are people. Remember, there are young boys. You see all of those ex-combatants that we have not created any system or rehabilitation for them. We have not trained them. We have not housed them. They don't have no hope for the future. They don't have no jobs. They are in the street beggars and become beggars and all these things. You know what? It's easy to trick them. It's easy to convince them why they should run back into the bushes. Is that what we want? We don't want that. But when you see men and women in position of power, blatantly abusing this power and doing what they're doing, these men and women must be reprimanded by us. If we don't take care, if we don't act accordingly, there are men and women unborn or they are watching this action. If there are no consequences to the action of these guys right now, people will do and will continue to do this sort of thing. This is the reason why what Fanatic Kofa is doing is important. Because they believe that Kofa, like Jallah and the other guy, would have resigned. They believe this has been the norm. And because he has pushed back, because he's saying the buck stops here, they don't know how to act. If we must do anything, we must learn how to do it the right way. And it's an embarrassment to Joseph Yeman Boaka. Joseph Yeman Boaka should be ashamed of himself. This kind of chaos, the man you said was illiterate, the man you said was not prepared for prime time, this kind of chaos we did not see in the first year. Meanwhile, the economy is still messed up. Meanwhile, the police officers have not gotten paid since February. Meanwhile, people are still hungry in the streets. Meanwhile, gas prices have gone up. Everything is up. This is what we have. This is what we see happening in our country. And you must not sit out there by and allow this nonsense to happen. Speaker Kofa remains the Speaker of the 55th Legislature, and that's period.
So, and
I agree with that on 100%. He should right. And I can look, even if this thing, at the end of the day, if for any reason, which of course I'm just like, if it didn't work, I bet you the way how he fought, the next time anybody even thinking of doing anything to any speaker, you have a second thought. You know that, look, I should not try this, but we will be with this man and even like I said yesterday, even if they have 200 or 50, they should still go on the floor and then give that half vote. And let's see those who history will remember tomorrow.
You know, I want to say this. One of my big brothers sent me a quote yesterday when we were having the discussion and we're going back and forth. And he was saying to me he enjoyed the debate, right? In fact, he was laughing. He said, Lofa, I think Lofa deliberately was trying to piss you off yesterday to a certain extent, but he said, but overall, it was a healthy debate, right? But he said something to me. He said, you know, Ben, in the history of our country, we've seen a few tragic consequences, right? When men and some women confer absolute power onto themselves. We've seen that happen before in our country or in our world as it stands. Whenever, you know, and he also said, whenever this arrogance, you know, and he described it as arrogance, right? Conferring absolute power onto themselves. Whenever this arrogance rears its ugly head.
Ben, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you quickly. When you're done, let's at least give the
I agree.
4 or 5 calls. Let's give him at least 4 or 5 calls.
Yeah. So he said this. He said, whenever this arrogance rears its ugly head, that's when the Constitution is the only instrument that we have to remind them of the limitations of that power. There's a reason why the first sentence in the Constitution says, we the people. And what Kofa is doing, and I keep telling people, you may not agree with Kofa's politics. You may not agree with how he has governed himself over the last 10 months. Like Robert always say, he expected a different type of speaker, right? He expected a speaker who would have gone in there and not so much, not that he didn't want him to coordinate or cooperate, but he would have been a little more harder, right? Calling out some of the excesses because he is from the opposition. Given taking stock, Kofa can look back and say, you know what? Was it all worth it? Was it worth it? My cooperation? Was my cooperation worth it? Because can you imagine if I didn't cooperate, what would happen when I cooperate, right? But the reason I say that is to say, I think what he has done and what he continues to do, and I know there are moments where he sits in his low corner and he thinks, is it worth it? Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that it's worth it. It's worth it because there are many people who don't have access to talk shows or will not call on talk shows, but they are rooting for you in their homes. They are listening and they're watching and they're saying, you know what? If one of the strongest and the most powerful men in the country is being denied due process, what will happen to poor little me? If something were to happen to me, will I get due process? Joseph Yuma Boakai, the 25th president of Liberia, has an opportunity. This cannot be Boakai's Liberia. This cannot be Boakai's Liberia. Because you know what? Today, this is Boakai's Liberia, where a so-called majority in the House of Representatives took upon itself today and spat on the Constitution and said to hell with everything that we and the framers of our Constitution thought through and put on paper. You think the framers didn't know about the tyranny of the majority? They knew about it. They knew about the tyranny of the majority. They knew that at some point in time, the majority is not always right. That the minority can be right too. So yes, the minority will have a say and the majority most of the time have his way. But there is a reason why the framers put in there that the minority can compel the majority to come to session, because they knew that when men and women tend to confer absolute power on themselves, because that's what they did today. They looked us in the face and they said, to hell with the Constitution. In fact, the way we will go vote, we will not do open vote. We will not even call roll. We will just say, yea, nay, resolution. We got new speaker. I have a message for them. This nonsense will not fly. The Supreme Court of Liberia will render an opinion in line with the previous opinion. And guess what's going to happen then? The people will be empowered. The people will be empowered and called up to compel the representatives to do what is right. And this nonsense that we do in Liberia, where because we think it's a joke, everything is a joke in Liberia, we are bordering on instability. We are bordering on our systems and our structures being collapsed. We are looking at our constitution being shot, and we are saying, oh, because it's Kofa today. Richard Kun should be ashamed of himself. He should be ashamed of himself because you know why? He wanted to be speaker. And it tells me the kind of speaker he would have been if he had gotten elected.
Oh, yeah.
He would have violated all our laws. He would have spat on our constitution. He would not have even been obeying the constitution. He would have been presiding in a dictatorial way. That is the kind of speaker Richard Kun. His action today, his singular action today, disqualifies him from ever coming close to that speakership. And if I was his constituents, I would put in place a process for his recall. Because he is a representative of the people of district. I don't know whatever district. I think district number 11 he comes from.
Yeah, this
I was just on this note for the people.
My district.
I was just call in on this note for the people to call in. They say when moderate and considerate, Barack Obama said this, moderate, considerate, and rational voices stay quiet. That is when extremisms take over. That is when fools rise up and lead or attempt to lead. This is a call to action for our people. Leaders are a reflection of the people. Hold your leaders accountable. Make them understand that we have a constitution and that constitution must be protected. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Ben, you mentioned something about
I was on fire tonight.
You mentioned. Let me take this caller here. Caller, go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
We can't hear him. Lofa, we can't hear him.
You can't hear him?
No, it's like he's not connected or something.
Turn the monitor off, Finley. Your phone, something's ringing in the back. Okay, try it again. No, you're okay. Go ahead, talk. All right, he's gonna call back. He's calling from Europe or wherever.
Australia.
All right, go ahead. Try it again.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. All right.
Cool. Yeah,
I got more calls coming through.
You've been able to do the most amazing things to have me and our career on one thing. I don't know how possible.
Guys, when you come on the show, please mute yourselves.
Or the
Go ahead, Fanny. No, you good, Fanny. Other people are doing that. Go ahead. I will just mute them when they talk.
Yeah. So this thing, you see how Liberia create scenarios and make people that are principle minded side with people that aren't principle minded. In my opinion, political parties is not principle minded. That's my honest opinion about the person. This issue is quite clear. Complete violation. What is so hard about number 49? Now you say you got 50 people. Of the 50 people, 5 people are already saying, no, we rescind it. We took our resolution a long time ago. The resolution is not the basis for removal. It's initiating removal. You still have to do a head count. like you got Sylvester that was telling us yesterday, just yesterday, by the end of the week, go back to Jerry's time for the sake of the people. And Sylvester just telling me, you know what, we're not even wasting our time. Because what you have done, when I say you, I'm talking about the speaker that guy has sworn the power and raised his left hand to take over office, to show you how stupid and when like when God move on, you rather back to show you that. This is exactly what he did today by putting his left hand up. Not that he doesn't know what his left hand on his right is when you act in error, the simplest thing for you to carry on can show your dysfunction. And that's why that's why he put his left hand up today. But I'll leave it there and let other people call it.
All right. Thanks. Let's take the next caller here. Caller from 267-9187. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from.
Thank you, Judah. Kucha Lawrence, London, Massachusetts.
Kucha, let's hear from you.
I want to say thank you to you guys, and I still appreciate the opportunity given to me last time to appear and doing my short appearance on the show that day. I did say that those guys will not go to facing Funati Kofa and just put me right in less than a week. In less than a week, they said they had a number, right? Because some people left the Funati Kofa block to go over to them and give them the requisite signature so that they can go in the house there and just get the things out there out today. But guess what? They still wouldn't go there. Most of those guys in the house there are cowards. They cannot look into that man's face and vote against him. And most of them will not, once they reach in there, they will not be able to get a vote. Even they can get 70. Once they reach in for Nadi Kofa, that everything will be called down. Most people will get because they don't have any genuine reason. They don't have any means of convincing the people. They don't have any good reason. They just saying on the list. The last time, the first resolution, they stated that they wanted audit. This second resolution, up to this evening, the president didn't even have it. And for those that even have no idea on it, they said they never had anything pertaining to audit. And unfortunately, the government are saying that teaching the University of Garguah. He said that some of us play for him today. He thought, I thought I knew better. No matter why the police didn't want him in a previous election, he looked at a dummy. When you tell them you know you haven't removed the speaker the right away. He said that the people he said he's a new speaker. He said that they put a phone, your hand on, he said that you're full. I don't know. We got serious problems in our country, and the unfortunate thing is about the whole thing is people that you think are supposed to be the ones to be imparting the knowledge are the need fools. Like radio food. Imparting knowledge you help. And if you stupid in your house already anything like that. What do you take from that man today and say, yeah, they did it right? People are getting off the Kofa's block, but now, like everybody keeps saying, from their action today, it's like when you take in energy drink and running through your veins, everything you move in, you want, even rule on someone's house and do something different. That's how those guys looking at. Because the whole high coffee block, they made us look stupid today.
Thank you.
That whole so-called majority block, they made us look stupid. And I'm telling you, from what I see happening today, I think to be correct about next week, most of the men that were on the edge, thinking what I'm going to go back to Kofa or what I'm going to say will Tomalin. I see some of them start going back to high coffee next week, to Kofa. Because they will feel that Father, they're not needed, so they get the 3 points, keep it there, and they're not doing anything serious. That's how it appears today, and I just see that happening like that next week. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, question. All right, let's take the last caller here, 310-5282.
Yeah, it's me, Lofa. Thanks.
Hey. Oh, go ahead, SB.
Thank you for having me on the show. Look, any well-meaning Liberian cannot sit back and watch these guys play with our Constitution and disregard the core meaning of democracy the way they have, and be okay with it. Honestly, you know, I had a chance, and thanks for sharing this document with me. I was busy getting ready for work. I had a chance to read Route 9. It's short, it's vague, but like Rabbi said,
the speaker should have had a chance to come and provide, to the public, to the Liberian people, just out of what's been happening. And you have these guys who are in favor of removing the speaker the way they have chosen to, showing all of this energy. So my question to them is this. The same energy that you guys have exhibited, the passion, the enthusiasm to move the speaker, take us to your district and show us how much of the same energy you have poured into your district that the Liberian people are benefiting from. All of a sudden, they know how to show up to the Capitol building on time now. They know how to stay there for 6, 8, 9, 10 hours because they have an agenda. Where is this same energy when your districts don't have proper hospitals, when there are no ambulances, no fire trucks? Where is this same energy? These are the things we need to be debating. And you know what Alex was on the show, and he said they were useless. Some of the fellows over Alex don't use such language, but they're useless. Because we can go to the district and ask their constituents, how are you guys benefiting from the energy that your lawmakers have put into your district, and the Liberian people will tell us. We had ours today. Popping the chest up, showing up because they have an agenda. We want to see you guys using the same level of energy and enthusiasm and passion to better your district. So I want Liberian people to be responsible.
I got somebody on the line.
That we allow these guys to play with our democratic election. If they're not careful, our culture is going to get much and we'll find ourselves right back where we were in 90. Deal with this type of nonsense. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you.
I got somebody on the line quickly. Yeah, go ahead, Favor.
Go ahead.
Hello to everyone. This is Favor Morris from the Netherlands, and I call especially for Lofa. Lofa, if you see what's going on, or if you really study the Liberian law, there's certain things you would know, and certain things that you don't know. And I can tell you for facts, if today all the lawmakers from the opposite side go in the chamber to talk, the number will reduce. That's what makes Richard Kuhn and the Tomofala, all of them, afraid to go in there. Because one, they don't have no points or no genuine reason to do what they're doing to the Liberian people. And we should always put Liberia first. We should learn that. Because what went on today is totally wrong. And you sitting there and trying to justify something that you know, into yourself, you look at it, it's wrong. Because the article 9 you're talking about, and Rob was trying to educate you a little bit on Article 10, and you're not even listening. You're just going with your feelings. We should put Liberia first. We should learn that right now. Because what's going on in our country, we experience the war and we don't want to see it anymore, and we're going there. Because you get all the EPS officers, almost 700 to 800 with guns that they dismiss. We should think and speak the truth to our people and educate them. It's getting serious. We're in Liberia. I left for Europe. I'm in Liberia. I see what's going on. So sometimes when we're talking, we should let our people know this is wrong. Lofa, you a good person. I always follow you. But in 2 days, you're going down. And that's not right.
1 minute down. 1 minute down.
You lose your vote.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
You lose your vote.
I told you, Lofa, don't follow Togar. I told you.
Oh, Ben, please. Okay. But anyway, I guess it was a great show. One thing we cannot.
Are you going down?
Yeah, there is another call. Guys, mute yourselves. Is she still on the phone? Tomalin?
No, yeah, she's still on the phone.
Oh, she left already? Okay.
So, are you going down?
Everybody's muted.
Am I going down?
Yeah.
I'm going up. All right. No, to be honest here, the reality is he often say this, and let me quote Ben again. He will often say the results of election, okay, they have the what does he say? Elections have impact, or however he terms it.
Consequences.
Thank you. This is what I remind you of, and I will say it again. Now, it's up to you to either take it based on what is stated, or you can see it as me being emotional or being sentimental. This is nothing personal about Fanatic Kofa or anything. I have made it clear time without number that I disagree with both sides, because I don't think
said his name wrongly. You didn't say his name right.
Ben, don't interrupt me. Don't do that. Fanatic Kofa.
Call the man's name right.
I just called it.
No, he's a Fanatic Kofa.
Oh, okay. You see? No, but Ben, on a very serious note, we tend to not accept the reality, or we just want to ignore it. When you listen today and when you came on the show, you also said, or you alluded to the fact that these guys were basing their decisions on their rule, okay, Rule 9. That is what they stated during the conference. And I'm telling you that this was their decision. The decision, whether it was right, I have never agreed with either one of them, either side. I made it clear before. I said both sides I disagree with. Am I in agreement with the disregard for the rule of law? No. I made it clear from day one. They have never regarded the rule of law. All of them, with the exception of one person that I consider that person who is at least trying, and that was Musa Hassan Bealded. I said for the rest of them, they are all pretty much in the same batch of don't care. They are with the don't care attitude. But you cannot ignore the reality that these guys are making the decision based on something that is written, okay? Something that they consider their rule. Now, is it something that the process to get them to where they wanted to get at? Is it in for? No. And that's the reality. You cannot ignore that. I said this before. I alluded to the fact that the president purposely refused to state the speaker's name, and instead he referenced him as the presiding. You guys will say, oh, no. He was like, today you agree with the fact that, yes, it was done. It was purposely done based on political view or based on political strategy. So nobody should misquote me or try to change my position here. I'm telling you, all of this incident, all of these things that are happening, is all political, and they are utilizing their political strategy in order to achieve their goal. Am I in agreement with them for doing these things? No, because there are still folks in Liberia who cannot afford a meal a day. There are people who are still living in abject poverty. There are people who are actually dying in hospitals today from curable diseases. There are people who may not set to watch their kids go to school tomorrow because, you know what, they could not afford tuition. But the reality remains. Again, this is what we settle for as a group of people. And last night, Ben, like you said, I had somebody right after the show. Somebody called me from back home, who's actually, again, he's one of the lawmakers, and we had a conversation. As a matter of fact, the person sent me another copy of their rules and said, Lofa, I suggest you read through this and, just kind of digest what is going on here, because 98% of what you see happening in front of you is all political. Okay, we had a lengthy conversation, and what we're talking about today, at the end of the day, if Kofa stands up as being victorious, right? Guess what's going to happen? These guys will still get their way across. They will still have him removed. This time around,
I want to provide some clarity to Lofa. So even the rules you're talking about, Lofa, I don't know which rules they're talking about, because they're not even following the rules. They're not even following the rules. They are violating their rules. And by the way, the Constitution supersedes any other law in the country, whether rules, whether anything. The Constitution is the final law. That's what the Supreme Court is going to be interpreting the portion, right? They're not following the rules. All of the things, all of the arguments that are being made by KOFA, by the KOFA group, is in the rule. It's the rule that say you need 49 to remove. It's the rule that say it has to be done. You present a complaint to the speaker recuse himself. That's a rule. That's not the Constitution that said that one. That the rule say it. So it's not the rule. I don't know who you talked to or who told you. Maybe the person need to Lofa. They are not even following the rules.
Ben, again,
they are not.
Ben,
and the rules are there. The rule is there. So it's not a debate. The rules are there.
Am I in agreement with what they're doing?
No,
am
no,
I in agreement with
exactly.
Exactly. But I'm telling you.
Every time you talk, you say they are doing it based on the rules.
That is their point.
That's what I'm telling you. They're not doing it based on the rule because they're violating the rules.
When they engage the public, okay, what do they say?
Okay, so you're taking the word? Did you read the rules, Lofa?
I'm listening to what they're saying.
Lofa, did you read the rules?
I read the rule, and
but let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a direct question, Lofa. Does the rule of the House of Representatives say that the speaker, to remove the speaker, you need to gain due process?
It does not say that, Ben.
It doesn't say you need to gain due process?
What do you mean? It doesn't say that. Okay.
You said it doesn't say that. I asked you a question, Lofa.
Go ahead.
The rules of the House of Representatives. Does it say that for you to remove a speaker
is entitled to due process?
No. Wait, I asked you a specific question. I want you to answer it.
And I answer the question, Ben.
Lofa, wait, now let me ask you. Calm down, Lofa. You said everything they're doing, they're following the rule. I said to you, I'm asking you. You said because that's what they say. That's it. So you're taking the word.
Right.
I'm asking you the rules that you read. The rules that you read. The rule book that you read. Does that rule book call for due process? Does it say submit your complaint to a plenary with the speaker, the presiding officer? The speaker will recuse himself? Does it say that?
Well, again,
yes or no? Does it say that?
Yes, it does.
Are they doing that?
To give it to him.
But are they doing that? Are they doing that?
Ben, whether they are following the process, the due process that is stated or is required in the rule, that is something that you and I just talked about, and I disagree.
But I'm not disagreement. It's either they're following or they're not following.
If this is their position,
it's either they're following the rules or they're not following the rules, Lofa. It can't be two ways. If the rules say do something, and you don't do it, you're not following the rules. All you gotta do, Lofa, is muster the courage and say you'll follow the rule. That's all you gotta say. You gotta say this is not about what who wants to say.
Guys. Ben, quickly, 1 minute. Ben, 1 minute, please. So the process about the very rule we trying to reference here is not only the rule. The most supreme process to this rule is the Constitution of our country, because it is the Constitution that's instructing them.
But that's what I said.
Get their very own rules. So
Pewee, before we even go to the Constitution, let's even talk about the rule. Let's leave the Constitution here.
The favor for me.
You know, the rules are very simple. Yeah. The rules outline everything that needs to happen. This is not new. The rule says it very simply. When you want to remove the speaker, you got to get 49 votes. You got to put it, first of all, you need a resolution. These are the same people who went before the Supreme Court Justice and told the Supreme Court Justice they're changing it from resolution to complaint. You know what the rule says about complaint? When you file a complaint, the speaker turn that complaint over to the Rules and Order Committee. That's what the rule says. So they're not even following the rule. The rule says the speaker is the Constitution says the speaker is the presiding officer. Are they following the Constitution? They went ahead today and according to them, they elected a presiding officer by themselves. So the people not doing the right thing, Lofa. This is not about arguing. This is not about KOFA. It's either they're doing the right thing or they're not doing the right thing. Plain and simple.
I want to say something here before I leave. Look, information I'm getting is that the former president intends to work with Funati to work. And I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, please take advantage of it. I want the speaker to take advantage of it. it will give him a lot of public. Already, the public is on your side already.
Oh, yeah.
The public on your side already, Mr. Speaker. So, everybody trying to convince you say you shouldn't do it.
Hey, my man, come in and start talking our strategy here.
No, but
look at our strategy. Lead that thing.
Okay.
Lead that thing. I told you there will be political and legal pressure. I told you already.
So I just want to make sure that we okay, we got it.
Look, let me tell you something.
So one thing I want to say, I can be banned.
Go ahead.
Please. There is something. There's something my brother Lofa say. He's not on any side. Lofa, at some point in time,
you gotta pick a side in the fight. Pick a side of the Constitution.
You gotta pick a side.
Listen.
Lofa got a side.
What's my side? What's my side?
Lofa got a side. Lofa side. You know, Lofa declared support for Boaka before. So Lofa side, so it's clear.
You know, that statement is
so Pewee, I'm defending. I'm defending Boakai.
Let me finish. It's just
but look how to show his side. You have to show his side.
I'll stay my side. I will stay my side.
It's just like a black man living in America and said because of the ill treatment, that black people faces, I'm not going to vote. That's just how that. When you make those kind of statements, that's just how it sounds. At some point in time, you have to take sides. And I think
you're listening to what is saying here. I am on the side of the people. If you ask any of the lawmakers, they'll tell you.
Which side you on, Lofa? Which side
on the side of the people.
What is the people's side?
The law.
The people's side.
No, wait. You're not asking Lofa. Lofa, what is the people's side?
The people. Exactly what he just said. The people's side.
I want to hear it from you.
Ben, hold on. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
The people's side.
The law.
Wait, you please let the man talk. Lofa, what is the people's side?
Ben, the people's side will be to do what is right in their interest.
What are you talking about, Lofa?
I just told you.
Lofa,
the people's side, the law.
Look, I beg you today, man. Hey, my man, I feel. Yeah,
all right.